Yeah, project schedule. So what are we doing today? We're going into planning. We've been into planning on Sunday. So we're going back into planning. And there are 10 things you need to remember. When you're planning a project, there are 10 things you are planning with. Now, the very first thing you're planning with is you're identifying what exactly is the right methodology that I'm going to be using. Are you getting it? So you're looking at what methodology do I want to deploy? What methodology best suits the project? Now, once you're done with that, the next thing you're looking at is for what? Because you know the methodology, but you don't have an idea of what the scope of work is. So you're big on what is the scope? What am I particularly doing? Are you getting me? So that's the scope of work. You now begin to plan the scope of work. Once you're done with the scope, the next big thing for you is to get your hands dirty with schedule. Because why is schedule the next big thing for you? Sometime before you even finish a project, it's already gone outdated. Shinwe, good morning. Your background is a bit noisy. Can you help us? All right. So you get your hands dirty with schedule because you don't want, by the time your project is being released, it's lost relevance. So you get your hands dirty planning schedule. So now today we're going to go back a bit and touch on some of the early things that Esther has already done on schedule, and then we'll build it up from there. Now, planning schedule. So when you're in schedule management as a knowledge area, schedule is a knowledge area of its own in project management. What are the processes that you get your hands dirty with? You plan the schedule first, you define what the activities will be, you produce a sequence activity, you go into what? Estimating the activity duration, develop a schedule, and then control the schedule. All of the things you see in schedule are planned, and then the last one is just control. So everything in schedule happens based on plan. Then you now control what you've planned. So we're going to talk today through planning, defining, sequence activity, estimating activity duration, and then developing a schedule. Make sense? All right, let's keep going. Now, what is the first thing I need to know about schedules? The first big thing I need to know about schedules is that schedule will have a start and a finish time. Remember, projects have start and finish time. So every schedule, every activity in the project will have a start and a finish time. And there will be specific dates attached to it. Not only dates will be attached to it, there will be a line of sequence. So let's say after I'm done speaking, Michael would speak, then Shinwe, then El Hassan, a sequence of activity. You also define the date and you define a sequence of activity, how things will flow. The next thing about schedule is that you must define milestones. I'm sure every one of you, particularly for those of you that are in construction, there are milestones that are important in construction. Let's say when you get to what? The lintel, what do you call that?
DPC.
Huh? What do you call
DPC?
DPC.
That's foundation.
Yeah,
when you complete the foundation.
Yes, that's the word, yeah. So the foundation is a milestone. I guess the lintel is a milestone, depending on if it's a bungalow or it's a story building. The roofing is a milestone. Yeah, those are milestones. You define the milestones. Now, the next thing is what you coordinate activities to ensure that these activities yield or are put together, they are done within a project time or schedule. Then the last one is you track schedule performance. You track it to be sure that you are all in line. Now look at the picture right now. You can see a decent schedule has been built for a project. And as you can all see with me, it's a 6 months project. Nicely color-coded. Now the project starts in January. And there are 3 teams in this project. You have the web team, you have the marketing team, and then you have the mobile mock-up team. You see, they've divided the schedule for every bit of every team. Some schedules overlap, but some has to finish before some can start. I don't know if you can see that. Look at this area. The third-party integration and the security 1.2, 2.0 has to finish before the what? On-premise backup can start, or equally the self-service portal can start. I hope you can see my screen clearly, guys.
Yeah.
Nicely also, they color-coded this because when you want to design a decent schedule, sometimes color-coding it helps you to tell the story very well. So another nice thing they did with this schedule was that they color-coded it based on what? Priority levels. You can color-code it based on anything that appeals to you. It's your project. Like we said in the first class, the ability to tailor your knowledge to get the job done is what is very important here. So I hope that makes sense for you. So let's keep going. All right, what's the next thing? Now you have an idea, very clear idea, what schedule is. The next big thing for you is it's now your prerogative to sit back and plan it. I know what schedule is. So it's no longer like I don't know what it is. I know what schedule is, but I have to now sit back and plan it. Now, what are you planning? You're planning the schedule management plan. Now, it's important that we let you know, I don't know if you know, that there is a big book, a very big book. I often call it, did El Hassan leave the class? Okay, I'm not sure I'm seeing him. Okay, I think
I'm in the class. I'm in the class.
Eves, good morning. Praise.
Morning.
Good morning. Yeah. All right, cool. Now, there is a
Good morning, Mr.
Yeah, morning, Praise. Now, there is a very big book you need to know about. That big book is actually called, I would love to call it, the Bible of Project Management. Likewise, I could also call it what? The Quran of what? Project Management. Why do I call it that way? You know, most of those big books or the holy books, they have smaller books inside them. Like you have different surahs inside the Quran, you also have different books inside the Bible. So there is a big book that has smaller books inside of them. That big book is called the Project Management Plan. Now, inside that big book, you have the Scope Management Plan, you have the project, the Schedule Management Plan, you have the Quality Management Plan, you have the Procurement Management Plan. All of these smaller books, I'm going to show you at the end of the class, all the books that are in that place. All of these smaller books make up the big book, the Project Management Plan. Now let's talk a bit about one of the small books of this big book. It's called the Schedule Management Plan. It's a component of the project or program management plan that establishes the criteria and activities for developing, monitoring, and controlling the schedule. A component of the project or program management plan that establishes the criteria and activities for developing, monitoring, and controlling the schedule. It describes how activities will be defined and progressively elaborated. Have you met that word before? Progressive elaboration. Have you met it before? You should have touched on it on Sunday. Rolling wave, progressive elaboration, yeah. It's when you plan something, like for instance, let's say you divide a project into bits. And based on, let's say, okay, you have a 5-year plan. You have, let's say 1-year plan. However, your income, for those that their income comes monthly, your income comes in monthly. So because your income comes in monthly, you now plan based on this month. You have the big picture, which is the 1-year plan. But you cannot plan the big picture because you have a monthly income. So what do? You plan based on a month because of what you have capacity for. An extract of the big picture, you plan that one in details for that month. Why? Capacity. It could also be based on what? Information. So I have this big picture, but I know very little about the whole thing. So what do? I stay with the small picture, the one I have adequate knowledge for, and I plan that one in details. So I hope it makes sense to you. So it's called progressive elaboration or rolling wave. Now, identifies a scheduling method and a scheduling tool to be used. Defines the format for which schedules will be done, and establishes the criteria for developing and controlling schedule. That's pretty basic. Everything I've said there are the things you have in the boxes. Okay. It's interesting that we need to also begin to ask ourselves, if I was going to plan an agile process, what would I be planning? So what are the considerations for an agile process? Because in a predictive, you have to plan the whole thing and then define a schedule. But when I'm doing this for agile, what do? So I plan based on every iteration. I hope that makes sense to you now. The word iteration should be familiar by now. I plan based on every iteration. Now, another way I plan is, now when you say I plan based on every iteration, you know that by every iteration, you have a defined backlog. So you plan based on that backlog. Besides, you could also do what you call on-demand scheduling. On-demand scheduling. So when a job starts, now there might be a piece of job. Maybe let's say we're doing a software now. So the company comes to you and says, or your sponsor comes to you and says, I would love you to do this and that and that and this for me. Add this feature or function to this software. When the sponsor says, add this feature or function to this software, what you go back to do is what? Based on that request, you begin to define a schedule. That's called on-demand scheduling. I hope that makes sense. On demand, based on demand. Now, so what are we doing? You plan, you design, you develop, you test, and you maintain. Then you go back again to what? To plan. Why? Because it's based on every iteration. What do you need to also know about Agile? I know you already know, but just to reiterate, is the fact that it delivers value incrementally. I hope that makes sense. I know you guys have touched on a lot of things. I'm just trying to carry you guys a bit from where Esther stopped so that I can take you into today. Allows changes.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Michael. Good morning.
Yeah, praise God. Morning.
Hi,
Good morning.
morning.
Morning, everybody. Sorry I came late. I just woke up.
Hello, good morning.
I think it's
Hi, good
network.
morning, everybody.
Chiri, hi.
Jimmy, good morning.
As if Chris is still sleeping.
I'm telling you, I'm tired. Oh, close late from work yesterday.
Okay. Thank God you have your work.
Abi? Okay, he's back.
He's back.
Oh, sorry.
Last year.
I don't know why my network tries to play around with me every day. Okay. So where are we now? So I said to you that there is one thing you must take forward when you go into the exams. One of the areas where you don't use agile at all, is for complex projects. And not just complex, when the complex projects have dependency issues. I hope you know what dependency issues are.
No.
Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay. When they have complex dependency issues, it means that one activity depends on the other one depends on the other one, the other one depends on the other one. Those are very complex situations. You better go with predictive. Now, the good thing that you might not also realize, but except if you are in the IT sector, this might make sense to you. Or if you sit around people that do a lot of IT work, you would hear things like APIs. I'm just going to share that so that you understand why the IT sector uses a lot of agile. APIs are like, now everyone here has a TV, Abi? Everyone here. Am I speaking to the right audience?
Yeah, you
Everyone
are.
has a
Yeah. Yes.
Now, if you watch on your TV set, you would notice something. Most TV sets have like, what do you call that thing? Different connections, HDMI, PC2. Things you can plug in, and then some even have wireless, some are smart, so they allow for connectivity. Now, when you're designing softwares and you're designing applications, what software people have been able to do that makes their project very flexible and agile driven is that most, if not all, to be fair, largely all, or any decent developer will always make sure that they keep room for what APIs, interfaces where you can connect to their softwares, particularly for big industries.
So API is the definition will not be
programming interface.
eh?
Application programming interface.
Application
Programming interface.
Okay.
The whole idea is they create plugins. Like look at Twitter, for instance. Do you know I can read into your Twitter activities, Michael, and read everything you've been doing into read the data work of all that you've been doing and analyze your lifestyle on Twitter. What I'm doing is that I just need to be able to go into use my own software to plug into your Twitter interface and then read your data and analyze it and see what kind of a person is Michael there. Yeah. So the same thing on WhatsApp, the same thing on all, even Facebook. You can actually plug in, analyze individual data. That's why most people kick against data privacy. You now hear big thing about the data privacy. Data privacy means don't come into my own feeds to come and find out who I am. You understand? Just face your face and let me face my face. Yeah. So that's exactly what we're saying. Now, the beautiful thing about APIs is that it does not have what you call activity dependency. So we just plug in, So people can plug it from different sides. Like on your TV, you can actually plug a game there. You can actually plug a speaker there. You can actually plug different things. So everybody plugs in from different sides based on what they want to do on that TV. And they will get the same result. So you don't need to unplug one to plug another. All right, I hope that makes sense to you. So that's why software are actually very agile driven. Okay, so we've touched on this. Okay, so let's keep going.
No, I can't see your screen anymore.
You can't see my screen.
No, I can't.
Let me do this again.
Yeah, I also can't see it.
Okay, let me see. Okay, is that better now?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. All right, so where did we go? Where did we stop? Now, we've discussed a lot about on-demand scheduling already. Scheduling based on what?
Sorry, sir. Maybe I should just take you back before your network ceased.
Take me back.
You just briefly talked about this consideration for agile, and we were about to start discussing this iterative scheduling with a backlog process.
We're here or here?
Yes, here. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What I said was the fact that for when you are scheduling for agile, there are two key things. There are two ways you go about it. The very first way is what you call the iterative scheduling using backlogs. Now, what do I know about iterative scheduling using backlogs? Now, you know that in agile as it were, you have a backlog. And most times you reprioritize that backlog based on the next iteration. Are we together on that point, to that point?
Yes,
don't leave me now. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so you prioritize the backlog based on what you are driving towards, is it? Now, when you prioritize the backlog, let me give you, for example, whenever your income comes, most times in your diary, you have a list of about 100 things you want to do, 50 people you want to give money to, maybe 10 charity endeavors you're interested in, a long list. But guess what happens? Once the money just enters your account, bam, you start looking for, the money may not do all the things on your list. So you start looking for what? Prioritization. So which of these ones will I do with this income? Does that make sense now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What you are doing there is an agile process. Because you're looking for, I want to implement just a part of this where I can't do everything. So which of these can I do? You prioritize your funds, and then what is more important? Who are those that are more important to me? You prioritize them and assign an amount to them. Now, the same thing you've done in agile scheduling is when you reprioritize what you want to do for that iteration and schedule each of those things. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Makes sense? Good.
Yes.
So that is what you call iterative scheduling based on what? Backlog. On-demand scheduling. I don't know if you guys touch on the fact that there are 4 virtues of agile. 4. The very first virtue of agile is customer collaboration. Customer collaboration. Very first. Meaning that the customer can walk into your house that day and tell you, Oga, I need you to change this feature and function to this other feature and function. Do it this way. Because of the power of the customer, the strength of the customer, who is constantly collaborating with you and can detect the way things are done, he can make new requests. Now, if he makes a new request, what you need to do immediately is called on-demand scheduling. On-demand scheduling is when you're not necessarily running based on the backlog, but the customer just can walk into your house and say, add this, add that, add this, add that. And as a PM, you schedule based on a demand. Does that make sense to you? I'm sure you've been on projects like that where customer just tells you, hi, is that Pembury? You say, yes, it's Pembury. I need this. And you're like, okay, can you give me 2 weeks? What you are doing right now is not based on a backlog. There was no backlog. It's based on what? On-demand scheduling. Makes sense, Elasan? Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Just a minute. I just want to ask a question, sir. Now that you just explained this aspect of the agile, where you give an example that a customer can just walk in and then change specifications or requirements. Now, does it mean that projects like that, you see, unlike the traditional, where you know your output, final output, then you can now determine the cost and even the cost of the project. In agile, is it that the cost cannot be ascertained? And if it can be ascertained, how is it ascertained?
A perfectly interesting question, you will get to see that when we get into cost planning. There is, okay, let me give you a very good example. Elasan, you work with FIRS, Abi?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Good. Now, I'll give you an example, what that works for you. Let me give you a very good answer to your question now. Your salary is what you call a fixed contract. Does it make sense?
Yes, sir.
FIRS have given you what? A fixed contract.
Yeah.
Every month, they can send you anything they want to send you, you do it, and then at the end of the month, they pay you that fixed contract.
Not anything, sir. Anything that relates to my field. Because there are different aspects and different departments.
Yeah, okay, now see, Elasan, let me show you something that happens here that you don't know.
Okay,
when you go to your employment offer letter, you would see they stipulated why they employed you, Abi?
Yes,
and they will always write there, and any other things as the organization will need.
Okay.
Abi?
Yes.
If you are in engineering, I'm sure you don't know that your work was supposed to do engineering a lot, but sometimes they make you to develop papers, to write papers about maybe why they should. That's not your work. You're not called out to be a business analyst. Okay. But you're analyzing why a construction should be done. Okay, so those are any other work that can be assigned, that can be assigned to you. Does it make sense now?
Yes, it
They've
makes.
given you a fixed contract, and they can give you multiple kind of works to do for them. And sometimes, Elasan, sometimes they might even tell you, Elasan, you've been in engineering for a long time, but we think that you have competencies to go and head a unit in Adamawa. Come, go and head Adamawa. Would you say no?
No.
So what they've done there is still the same thing, a fixed contract, multiple roles, multiple functions.
Okay.
It's a game. So in contracting an agile project, you might go with that kind of system, fixed contract. Some they go with what they call cost reimbursable. Now, let me show you another one about cost reimbursable. Cost reimbursable is like this. Maybe like you just learned that I'm traveling to Kano, and you called me and like, Iti, are you on to Kano? Yeah, I am. Like, yeah. You're like, there is this guy that makes some very good leather sandals. Please pick it up for me. When you come, I'll give you the money. Abi? So yes. Now, when I come, I will tell you that I bought that sandal at 30K. And you're going to pay me 30K based on what I told you. Abi?
Yes, please.
Good.
Yes.
That's cost reimbursable now. What you might do in that kind of contract, they might do what they call a markup. So even if you bought it 30K, we'll pay you 30% plus what you spent.
Okay.
That's what you do most of the time when you're doing a supply contract. You're actually doing an agile project. Yeah, because you could change it anytime and just say, no, don't buy Penkins again. Buy this other one. Quickly, we'll mark it up for you. Now, another way they do this kind of contract is what you call time and material. Now, let me give you a very good example. You walk into your mechanic workshop and you tell him, he tells you, this is your car. I've seen the problem is the air filter. And you're like, what is air filter? They're like, see it here. And they tell you, you ask him how much is it? He tells you 15,000. Then he will now tell you, plus workmanship, you are going to pay me 20,000. What he has added, boss asks you to do there is to pay him for his time and for the material he's buying into your car. So that's a time and material contract. So fixed contract, cost reimbursable, and material contract. Now that you've pushed me into it, it means that I'll run faster when I get to that area.
Thank you, sir.
All right. All right. But I hope we all got the conversation. Koblan, good morning.
Sorry?
I'm not sure I've seen that face before. Koblan, have I seen your face before?
Yes.
How can I be sure when you don't own that camera? All right. All right, cool. I hope we all got the conversation for how those kind of contracts are done.
Yes.
Okay. In our last class, someone also raised the fact that he did not see what a Kanban board looked like. Guys, there you go. That's a Kanban board.
Thank you.
Now, this is a good place where you do the backlog scheduling. So you pull from where? Left to right. So because I come to the board and I see that we're not with this, we need to work on this particular one. You see the guy, he's where his hands are. He just notices that, we need to work on this. This is sensitive. The client will want us to see this. I will pull it because I know I have the competencies for it. Now, I have touched on the fact that the first virtue or the first values of Agile is what? Customer collaboration. The second one I must bring to your notice right now is called motivated teams. Motivated teams. Motivated teams. What exactly about motivated teams do you need to remember? The teams, you don't need to cajole them and say, you will work on this, you will work on that. No, you don't need to stress. Why? They're already happy, they want to work.
Hello, is it me?
Hello.
Hi, Tido.
Hi, I'm here. Maybe the connection fell through. Again.
You'll be shortly.
I think his network is
Fluctuating. Oh, that's right.
He's probably switching networks, so please let's just give him a minute or two.
Okay.
Hello.
hello.
Please allow me.
Hello. It's okay.
You're off again.
I think his network. His own network. Oh, Jesus.
Hey guys. Hello.
Hello.
I hope you can hear me. I want to switch my network, so
Okay.
I'm not enjoying this off and on game.
Okay.
All right, that works. Okay, so we're good. Let's keep going. Now, what is another thing you need to know when you are working, when you are in schedule, when you're planning a schedule?
You said that teams, that's where we stopped.
Where did we stop?
We stopped at motivated teams. You're trying to talk about the virtues of Agile.
Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry. You know, this network thing is embarrassing me. Now, the virtues of Agile. I said the very first virtue of Agile, which we've talked about already, is customer collaboration. Now, the next thing for Agile is what? Motivated teams. Motivated teams. The third one is that there must be what? The third one is that there must be working softwares. Softwares that work, or simply called products that work. And the last one is what? A flexibility to change. It means you must be flexible to change. 4 virtues. The 4 values on which agile software stand. So you're going to see these themes repeat themselves in our conversation. All right, let's move. Okay, the next thing you need to remember is when you're dealing with what project activity is. Project activity. Now, when you did schedule, I'm sure that you guys did work package. Work packages, decomposition. Did you? Did you do decomposition? Work breakdown structure. Work breakdown structure. Did you guys do it? 11 seconds. Did you guys do it? Work breakdown structure?
No.
We did.
I think you did, from what Esther sent to me. Okay. Now, what is work breakdown structure? It's the decomposing of, hello, Praise, are you okay?
Yes,
it's the decomposing of work into smaller bits. Let's go. If we're decomposing work right now, maybe we're building a 5-bedroom apartment. We decompose it first into what? Foundation?
Yes, we did. I think so.
Yeah, and then we decompose it of work. Now, you can decompose foundation into smaller bits again. So that kind of work breakdown system, good. Now, even when you break down a work, you can even further break down the list of work into what you call what? A project activity. That's why we say that an activity is a component of what? A decomposed work breakdown structure. Let's go to the very basic one, painting. You can break down painting into rooms and parlors. You can further break down painting into colors in the room and all of that. So now, by the time you break down into colors in the room, you can say there are 4 walls in every house or in every room. There are 4 walls, 4 corners, or mostly 4 corners, mostly. So a project activity could be perhaps the time it takes to complete one side of the wall. The time it takes to complete the room. A distinct, that's the word now, distinct, scheduled portion of the work performed. So every room will take 2 days to paint. It's distinct, it's scheduled. Make sense? Now, the next thing you're going to have to remember is the word feature. Feature when it comes to schedule. A feature is a list of related requirements that allow the user to satisfy a business objective or need. A set of related requirements that allows the user to satisfy a business objective or need. Now let us use, what do I call it? Let us use sewing. Let's use sewing, for instance. Or would that be a very good one? Let me not use sewing. Let me use sewing, for instance. In sewing a simple clothes, there are basic requirements that will help us to what? Satisfy a business objective. You need to know the neck size of the person, neck size. You need to know what? The length, maybe from here, the neck to the mid region. You also need to know the length of the hand and all that and all that. Now, those are all features. By then you put that together for one person. Let's say we put that together for what? Pembury. That's a feature, a set of related requirements that will help us to serve Pembury. Now, that's Pembury and every other person that looks like Pembury. So if Pembury is a size 10, the list of related requirements that we put together to what generate a size 10 is what we call a feature. By the time we have to do a size 8, a size 10, a size 12, a size 14, a size 15, there are sets of related requirements for size 8. There are sets of related requirements for size what? 10. And all that. Put all of these together, we now have what? An epic. Look, I'm going to explain again. Guys, if you are looking at the screen, look at what Michael is wearing. That looks like an Adidas jacket. Am I correct?
Yes.
Good. Now, when you get into a sports shop, you're going to find that same jacket for different sizes. Does that make sense? When you step into an Adidas shop, you're going to find that same jacket for like size 8, size X, size medium, size large, size extra large, and all of that. Now, when Adidas were collecting the features that make up a size 8 and were building for a size 8, what they were doing was what? A feature.
So that when you gather, they gathered information.
Requirement, yeah. To make a size 8. What they were dealing with was a feature. Now, when they are now gathering requirements in an aggregated level to serve all and sundry, what they are dealing with is what? An epic. It's a big story. Because you see, take for instance, when the Nigerian contingents went to the Birmingham Games, they were wearing different sizes, but they were all dressed in the same robe. That's an epic. I hope it makes sense to everybody. Eve, are you here? Pembury, are you here? Elastan, are you here? Praise, did you travel out? Still here with us?
Yeah,
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah.
So everyone is fine with that explanation, Abi?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I like to explain. You can read the English later. It's all in your handbook.
It's
So-
not okay by me. I don't understand it though.
Okay, it's not okay by you. Is that Praise or who is that? Chinwe.
Yes.
Chinwe. Okay, Chinwe, let's take it again. Chinwe, where do you like to shop?
There's no specific
favorite.
name. It depends on where I am.
What's one of your favorite designers? One of the favorites around you that you used to go to? Let's use the Looking 21. Is it Look 21? Is that what they call it? Look 21. Abi?
Okay.
That's a mid-sized designer. So let's try using them. Okay, let's use Look 21. You walk into a Look 21 shop. What size do you wear?
It depends. Is it a t-shirt or a trouser or
Let's go with a gown for today.
a gown? Okay, size 10.
Size 10. Awesome. Now, you're a size 10er. Sorry. Oh, sorry, guys. Now you're a size 10. Now, the Look 21, the gathered features of a size 10. Abi?
Okay.
So they gathered it from perhaps measuring people like similar body shape with you. They gathered it. They gathered it. And they built a size 10. So that everyone with the same body shape will be able to what? Wear that clothes. Does that make sense? That's where you got the ready to wear. So anytime you walk in, a size 10 walks in, they can get that clothes and wear it will fit perfectly. Make sense?
Okay.
What they have done is a feature, a set of related requirements that allows the user to satisfy the business objective of serving all size 10 people. You got that?
Okay. Yeah.
Perfect. Now, the problem is, Chinwe, you want to wear that clothes with your sister who is a size 6, another one who is a size 12. All of you, your family wants to wear that same clothes. You're going to create problem for the company. They've done their work. They've designed a feature and they're happy with that. But you will not agree. You will say, no, we want to wear it as a family. So now you have now written to the company, why are you guys only making size 10? The company in 21 now goes around sampling now what will it take to create a size 8? What will it take to create a size 12? What will it take to create a size 10? And they've also gathered those other sizes. And you know what they've done? They've created the same clothes in different other sizes. A collection of a related requirement, like they did for you already, and for people that are size 10, is called a feature. By the time they do for a size 8, it's another feature. By the time they do for a size 6, it's another feature. By the time they do for a size 12, it's another feature. Now, when they now put it all together, it's called an epic. Does it make sense?
Okay.
Now, you don't sound strong. I want you to sound strong, like you understand me.
Okay, I guess maybe I'll just read up and try and understand. Or maybe just, can you relate it to a single product, like a bag?
A bag.
Yes, like a bag.
It's harder for a bag because bags don't have related. See, think about clothes first. See, okay, look at this. I am trying to look for, okay, do you like phones? Do you like technology? Maybe clothes is not your thing. Are you a tech person?
Yes, I love phones. I love good phones.
Good. Now, I think it was from the iPhone 11 through to 13 now. It was from iPhone 11 that iPhones began the journey of creating 3 different variants per version. Abi?
Yes.
Awesome. The collection of related requirements to create an iPhone 11, it's a feature. The collection of related requirements to produce an iPhone 11 Pro is another feature of its own, because they're not the same. The collection of related requirements to produce an iPhone 11 Pro Max is another feature itself. So the launch of an iPhone 11 is an epic.
Okay.
Does it make sense?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Now, the interesting thing again you must take away is the fact that epics may be spread across many sprints. Now, this is where it gets a bit interesting. Think about now an iPhone 4 as a feature, an iPhone 5 as another feature, an iPhone 6 another feature. Now, the story, the user story around the iPhone, around Apple iPhones, it's also an epic of itself, because it could be spread across many sprints. The word it could be does not mean that it must be. Like the iPhone 11 epic itself, it's an epic of its own. It did not spread across many sprints. It was done in the same sprint. Is my story stressing you guys?
No, it's making sense. Okay.
Praise, you said it's not making sense.
The epic part, I understand the feature, but the epic, you said, is the launching of the feature, right? Of the.
Now let me take this again.
Sorry.
I think so I think the close example makes
Honestly,
sense. Makes sense.
honestly, I want to agree with Michael. The clothes example gives clearer
Makes more sense.
of the explanation. Mm.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for an industry
Maybe
for
sir, why don't you take it over again? Probably
or
for
can
me,
we?
the clothes also makes more sense.
I got in with the clothes.
Mm.
When you particularly use the example of the contingents that just came back from that went to the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Obviously, they are different body builds, so they are different sizes of persons.
Mm-hmm.
Each person is a future.
Not each person. Each size.
Each size, I think.
Each size, sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Each size that each individual wore is the future.
Yes.
Now the same Adidas now made different sizes for different for the entire contingent who are different, who obviously they are different body shapes or different sizes. So when you add all of them together, that's an epic.
Epic. Now, an
or
interesting
maybe
guys.
can we use maybe if you're building a smart estate.
A smart
maybe
what?
if you build a smart estate, you
A
have a
smart
2-bedroom.
Yeah.
Yes, you have a 2-bedroom, you have a 3-bedroom, you have a 4-bedroom. So the launching of the estate is the epic, while those features, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, are features of the smart estate.
Give me 5. That's exactly the game, Pembari. That's exactly the game. Particularly for those that are into building. When you were building the 2-bedroom estate, you know what you did? It's the same planning, the same thought pattern, the same architectural drawing. You use that same this thing and launched like 500 2-bedrooms. Yes. You now went again for the next iteration. You planned a 3-bedroom, and then you put it together again, and you come again and you scattered it again. You went for another iteration again and came again, and you did still in the same estate. That estate of itself is an epic because there are many user stories inside there.
Okay. Yeah, it's better now.
All right.
So what's the user story?
Now you still they ask me that question. No, you go. Okay. Now your user story is your clothes size.
Okay.
Yes, because you see, you might have a size 8 body size, but you just like wearing baggies, so you will buy a 10.
Ooh.
It doesn't mean that that's your body. That doesn't mean your size, but that's your story.
Yeah.
The way you want it. Does it make sense?
Please, can you trace it back to the estate example?
Okay, your story is that you have a family that needs 5 bedrooms, but your pocket has 2 bedrooms.
or you have you are in a 5-bedroom as a bachelor.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like
need
space.
But a 2-bedroom is okay for you.
Yeah, a 2-bedroom is okay, but you like space. You
just like space. So it could be the other way around too. So it's your story. It doesn't mean that it must fit. It's just that it's your story.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's clearer now.
All right. So let's keep going. Milestones. This one needs no explanation. It's just milestone. It's just milestone. I know this, you understand this already. The interesting thing you must take away from this is that the duration of a milestone is 0. So I hope that makes sense. Now, think about it, those of you in construction. When you finish the substructure, which is at this point called 1, that's a milestone. Most times when you finish the substructure, you like say, okay, you will wait. You will take a breather. You can say maybe 1 or 2 days, let the thing cast. Don't take my word for it, guys, as I always tell you. I'm only using things to explain. So you cannot be paying people for when your project is casting. That day, it's a zero duration. You don't count it. Most times in some projects, you have to call for audits after that milestone. Sometimes you don't even call. You just tell them that I've reached the milestone, you've moved on, you've continued. So if anyone asks you what is the milestone of what is the duration of a milestone, it's absolutely zero. Nothing happens there. It's just a significant point. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
I'm trying to
get it. Okay, now the milestone, okay, finishing this planning should finish by 12 o'clock today. That's the milestone. By 12 o'clock today, you should finish planning. So what is the milestone? What is the duration? Nothing.
Wow.
No, there's no duration. It's just a milestone.
Dot.
Okay. There's no duration. It's just that you have to do it, be done with it by 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a milestone. There is no duration to it. Make sense?
Okay.
There's no time attached to me finishing it by, it's just that I have to do it by that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the duration is zero.
Very tricky question.
Now, it's also a very useful tool when you are engaging senior management. You get it? When you are engaging senior management, it's a very useful tool. Why? You and me know now. When you write to your supervisor and says, I'm done with this milestone, they can relate to what you're saying. If you tell them my boys are digging the ground, they'll be like, what are you talking about? But they can understand when you said I've reached this point. So so most times in most projects, they define milestones. All right, let's drive. There are things that we call activity dependency. Activity dependency. What is activity dependency? You must dig the ground before you can put blocks. That's mandatory. The plumber must start before the electrician. That's a discretion. It depends on how you want it. However, there are other dependencies. One of them is what? External. One is what? Internal. External is when something that is outside the project intervenes. Let me give you what can intervene. A COVID outbreak happens again right now, and your boys are in sight. That's an external effect. It might affect your project. Internal could be the fact that the source of funding stops. They said, okay, hold on, let's resolve some issues, internal issues. There might be a disagreement between the senior management. Why are we still investing money into this project? Internal. Mandatory dependency. It is contractually required. The contract says this must happen before that. Or it's inherent by nature. There must be a fence, or at least the pillar of a fence before there is a gate. Inherently required. You must complete recruitment before you go into training. Inherently required, because who would you train? Discretionary. You have to brush before you bat. Who said so? Make sense?
Your discretion.
Now,
yeah.
The question, go ahead, ask. Ask. Okay, it was not a question. Okay.
No, I was also trying to collaborate what you said.
Okay. Now, you have what you call things you need to remember is that there are logical relationships. There are things we call start to finish, finish to start, finish to finish, and start to start. Now, I'm going to let you guys come up with the examples. The very first one is start to finish. It means that, let's start with finish to start. Finish to start means that you must finish this one before you can start this one. Finish to start. Who knows the answer? Give me an example. Finish to start. Guys,
you must finish your undergraduate before you can do your master's.
Okay, that's a finish to start. Awesome. That's one good one. Okay, who is going for finish to finish? Yeah. Finish to finish. You
must be done with your cooking before you can eat. Before you can be done with eating.
No, that's still a finish to start. Cooking before you eat.
Okay.
So that's still a finish to start. Finish to finish.
You must finish the building. I must finish the external work to finish the project.
When you say finish no, Pemba, I won't take that one because the building and the external work is not the same project. But maybe you should revise it. You're getting close. How about if you were doing the landscaping while you were also furnishing at the same time? Are you getting it? So you were doing landscaping.
The landscaping is part of the external works.
Okay, and you were doing the furnishing at the same time. So you have to finish to finish before you hand over the project.
Over the building, yes.
Yes, that's a good one. Okay, let's try start to finish. It means this one must start for this one to finish before that one can finish. One must start before the other one can finish. One must start before the other one can finish. One must start before the other one can finish.
Very difficult.
No, it's not. It's very close to you. Let me show you. For those that like construction, the plumbing must start before the plastering can finish.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. So even if they start the plastering, if you don't start the plumbing, you cannot finish that plastering because he has to set the toilet, set all those things, and then you can now come and tidy up the remaining.
Even the walls that you've cracked.
They've cracked, yes. Finishing up, yeah. Okay, for those who are not in construction, I hope you can relate with us. Yves, you've been quite silent today. Koblan, are you with us?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, are you following the example? Because I'd like you to be able to engage with the examples. Okay, I think these are my silent students.
Yeah. We are there.
Okay, Chinwe, we hope we're not losing you out because you have few things in the construction. Are you there with us?
Yes, I'm with you. I can also relate. Yeah.
Okay. Now the next one is the start to start. I think that's the last one for today. Start to start. Two things that must start concurrently together. Or immediately this one starts, the other one will start. So one triggers the other one to start. Start to start. A would trigger B to start. Who's saying something?
I'm the one, I'm cracking my brain.
Please crack it. Okay.
Sensitization of maybe probably I want to go towards Chinwe's field.
Okay, go ahead.
Sensitization and giving maybe the drugs or giving the vaccine.
The sensitization must finish before you give the vaccine.
Okay, don't start. Okay.
You can't be start. You can start to start. Yes, you can start sensitizing and giving.
You actually can start to start.
Yeah, you can start to start.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not
right. because if you're doing a house-to-house sensitization and you have the drugs, so as you're sensitizing, can equally be giving the drugs, or you can even have a partner who is giving the drugs while you're sensitizing. So.
Amazing. So start.
But if you are taking that family as the activity, you must finish sensitizing them before you give them the vaccine.
Okay.
You will not be giving the vaccine and desensitizing at the same time. You must finish sensitization, that particular activity, before you give the vaccine.
Okay, so that's
well, it depends.
It depends now on how you look at it at a granular level or at an aggregated level. But the good thing is you understand what the concepts look like. So if you see them in an exam, you won't struggle with them. All right, let's keep going. Now, you now understand the constraints and the whole idea of planning and schedule. Now, you want to be able to also develop what you call a schedule representation. Why do I need this, for God's sake? Now, why you need this, one reason why you need this is for engagement. There is nothing as strong as engaging a project team. And when people know what they ought to do and the time left for them to do what they do it better. You also need these things to engage the senior management, like Milestone that we already saw, very good in engaging senior management. Now, it also helps for fluidity between the team, because when I know that my work will affect Samuel's work, I am going to be top on the table trying to solve that problem, So now you're going to be able to try to capture these in what you call a schedule representation. There are a number of ways you can represent a schedule. The very first one is the Gantt chart. I think we've looked at this before, but just for the benefit of those perhaps who have forgotten what we did in Gantt chart, look at the far right end of the board of the screen, and you would see the Gantt chart. Now, there are two basic elements of the project, element 1 and element 2. Inside of, call it element 1, electrification, element 2, plumbing. So we are 57% complete on element 1. In electrifying the house, we've gone 57% complete. But that 57% complete, where is it coming from? The breakdown. Okay, electrifying the parlor, which is activity A, is 75% complete. Activity B, electrifying the toilets, are 67% complete. Now, electrifying the toilet must somehow finish before we can actually start electrifying the rooms. That's why activity C is 50% complete. So it means that perhaps the toilets for the rooms that we've completed are the ones that we've completed, and we're building it up to that point. And the next thing also is the fact that activity D is yet to start, which is the kitchen, electrify the kitchen. So at an aggregated level, we have done 57% of the entire work. Makes sense, guys? I hope it makes sense. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Again, please.
Yeah.
Okay, now look at it, look at the screen. Look at the summary for element 1 and summary for element 2. Summary for element 1 shows that we are 57% complete in element 1, and that we are 0% complete in element 2. Now, let us call element 1 electrification now, because we are using construction now to engage. And element 2 is plumbing. Generally, what you see there is that we have done 57% of the work of electrification, but we are yet to start anything when it comes to plumbing that house. That makes sense up to that point, does it? Now, a further breakdown into the electrification would show you that activity A, which is a subcomponent of element 1, we've done 75% complete. We record activity 1, electrifying the parlor. We called activity B electrifying the toilets. And then we called activity C electrifying the what? The rooms. And activity D electrifying the kitchen. The kitchen was 0% on it. But the B and the C, now you see the B and the C has what you call a finish to start. That's why we said that peradventure, since the toilets in most of the rooms have been completed, that's why most of the rooms too have been completed. So you see that dependency there. I hope that makes sense, guys. I'll take your silence always for a yes. All right, let's go. So we've done milestone, we've done Kanban. Let's look at what you call a sprint burn down chart. Don't think too much. If you are a runner or you love to run, let's use that for what? A burn down chart. I love to run. So, and I noticed that when I do, if I'm doing up to an 8 kilometer, now use my example now, for instance, and you might get yourself into this. If I'm doing an 8 kilometer run, I use about an hour for 8 kilometers, about an hour. So I'm leaving the house by 9 o'clock in the morning. At that point, my timing says what? I am on 0 time, 0 kilometer. And so we're plotting a graph of what? Time against kilometer. Time against kilometer. I hope you can see the way I'm doing my hands. Time against kilometer. So I am on 0 time and 0 kilometer. No, sorry, I am on 0 kilometer and 1 hour journey. So my 1 hour, I put a timer on my phone, 1 hour. Put a timer and put a kilometer on my wristwatch, and I'm running. Now, here is where I start running from. I want to close 8 kilometer and I'm on 0 time. 1 hour run will count down. As the time is counting down, my kilometers are doing what? Increasing. As the time is counting down, my kilometer is what? Increasing. So what I would be able to plot at the end of the day is called a burn down chart. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. But it means you must set the time first.
You set the time to burn down, because I already have an idea from my daily itinerary that, so I've planned the time. Don't forget, it's a plan. So I've planned that I must catch 8 kilometers in 1 hour. So I set the time and I set kilometers. So I set the time to burn down. So it's going to be like counting down, a timer that comes down. So if by 30 minutes I'm not done up to 4 kilometers, I need to increase my pace, because I'm slacking. I won't catch up that time. Are you getting the game? So when I'm done, what I'm going to be plotting there can be what? A burn down chart. It could happen for you for, like, let's give you an example. You are constructing a 5-floor high rise. And the target for that 5-floor high rise, it's supposed to be what? 6 months. Basically, what I would do is to plot 6 months should be burning down. As it is burning down, I'm checking how, if I am working, if in 1 month I've not done 1st floor, 2 months, 2nd floor, then I know that I'm slacking, sorry. Does that make sense, guys? I hope that does.
Yeah. So
okay.
It's very important in maybe when you draw a schedule, when you set a timeline for yourself.
Yeah, most times the time is given to you on a project, because it's not you that sponsors a project most times. In the organizational setting, though, in your own life setting, you set your project, you manage it yourself. But in an organizational context, somebody bequeaths you that role. All right, just like you have a burn down chart, you also have a burn up chart. Burn up, it's just the same thing explained in 2 different ways. Interesting. What is the word critical path? What is the word critical path? Did you guys do up to this point with Esther? Hello?
No,
Okay.
we didn't.
All right, cool. What is the word a critical path? Now look at the project that you have here, guys. Look at this project. My first question to you is, how long do you think it will take us to finish this project? Everybody, if you don't want to talk, drop a chat quickly. How long would it take us to finish this project?
Mr. Tido, please, can you just give a brief definition of this burn-up chart, please? Sorry, I'm taking you back.
A burn-up chart should not be too, what do you call it? It shouldn't be, don't overthink about a burn-up chart. Think about it like, Chinwe, do you have a child?
Not yet.
Okay, but at least you have a nephew or a niece.
Yes.
I'll do a burn-up chart for them.
I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
By 6 years, you should do this. By 10 years, you should do this. By 15 years, you should be here. By 30 years, you should be there. What you're doing the burn-up, you're burning up. Does it make sense?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let me take it again. You have parents that always come with these stories, like they say, by 1 month, my child should be running. By 2 months, be in school. By 3 months, played on Hollywood. By 8 months, you should be a superstar. By 10 months, you should be an Instagram junkie. What they built for that child, it's a burn-up chart. They're asking the child to burn up. So you're creating milestones for times. Yes, in this point to do this, on this point do that. So it's pretty much the same thing. Instead of burning down, now you're burning it up.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So what did I see here?
16 weeks.
15 weeks. If
16 weeks.
If says 13, praise 23, Elata 23. Let's see. Let's see who wins.
16 weeks.
Who says 16? Is that Michael?
No, Wilson.
No.
Wilson.
Huh? Wilson. Okay.
Wilson.
All right. 10, 10, 13, 14, 10, 16. Okay, the 16s have it, guys.
Oh, really?
The 16s have it. Now, why is it? Yes, we're going to explain why now. Why is it 16? Now, look, guys, at the point after the 1, guys, look, after the 1, the guys on 2 and on 3 are not, they are mutually independent. It means they can be flowing at the same time. Are you getting the story now? Guys, please follow me. You're getting, they can flow at the same time. When the guy in 3 finishes, he hands over control for the guy in 5, who will run another 4 weeks. Now, after the guy in 3 and the guy in 5 finishes, either they wait or the guys in 2 and 4 have already finished. Then both of them will now hand over the baton to the guy in 6. Now, here is where it gets interesting, because the 2 sides, which is the 2 and 4 against the 3 and 5, are mutually independent. These 2 sides are mutually independent. What you will be looking at is the longest path through the project. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
The longest path through the project. Now, the longest path through the project becomes what you call the critical path. Why is it called the critical path? It's called the critical path because you will have to pay attention to that path. If you don't pay attention to that path, then the schedule will be messed up. Now, That project, this project that we see here, cannot finish anything less than 16 weeks. It can't. There is no way. I'm not saying there is no way entirely, but for now, there is no way. I'll show you what we can do to make it come down. But for now, there's no way. So what you have there is actually called what? The critical path. Now, what do you need to know about the critical path? It's always called the minimum project duration within which the project can finish. Now, another thing you need to know is what you call start date, early start, early finish, late start, late finish. But I'll still come back to that when I get into more conversations around this subject. For now, what I want you to see, the answer was totally on my slide. I kept the answer for you guys. So it's like somebody saw it. Did anybody use Expo? Tell me the truth.
Well, how do we get it 16 weeks here?
How do we get the 16 weeks?
6 plus 5.
6 plus 5 plus 4 plus 1. That's 16.
Okay.
If you go the other way, you would have 14, Abi. No.
Yes.
Good. Now watch, guys. Because this is the critical path, all the activities on that path are called the critical path activity. So if you are asked to which of these activity is the critical path activity, you will write the 1, 3, 5, and 6. What else do I need to know about the critical path and all the stories that are around this subject? Is the word float, float, float. You see, activity 2 and activity 4 combined together will spend 7 weeks. Likewise, activity 3 and activity 5 combined together will spend 9 weeks. The difference is 2 weeks, meaning that the float that activity 2 and activity 4 has is 2 weeks. If you are the one managing those two activities, 2 and 4, it means that you can delay to start the project 2 weeks after they gave you the job. You're like, forget it, I still have time. Why do I still have time? Because the earliest they will need my delivery is in 8 weeks. That's it. Because both of us must finish the same time to release control to the guy managing activity 6. So if I am activity 4 and activity 2, what I enjoy is 2 weeks of float. 2 weeks of what? Total float. Total float. You may wish, now this is now discretionary. You may wish to what? Divide the float to what? 2 and 4, 1, 1. It's discretionary based on those who are planning the project. However, what you need to know that activities along that line have what? A free float of what? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Make sense?
Yeah.
It means that I can, the latest start.
Hello, please.
Yes.
Please kindly take over this float again. Let me see. You said that between activity 2 and 4. How did we come about the 2 weeks? Okay,
Ella-san, look, you know that 3 and 5, look at what I'm going to do here. This process around here. Can you see my mouse? Can you see my mouse?
Yes.
When you ask me, don't run away and leave me alone.
Okay,
now,
okay.
This, where I'm hovering on, these two guys are independent of these two guys. So they can, this one can run concurrently with the one up here.
Okay.
Good. How many weeks will it take us to finish this one?
4 weeks.
These two now, put it
Yes,
together.
4 weeks. Oh, well, the two together.
No, look at it very well. These two
7
together.
weeks.
7 weeks.
7 weeks, yes. Now, likewise, it will take us how many weeks here?
9.
9. The output of these activities are needed here before we can start this one. Likewise, this one will be needed. So these two must generate outputs that will be needed here.
Okay.
So it means that if I am the one managing these activities, I can play around for 2 weeks extra.
Okay.
Why? Because before this guy will really need me, it's only when this guy has been completed.
Okay.
So those 2 weeks I have are freebies. I can make tea, drink, call a bar, and just sleep in the bar for some time. But I'm not saying do that, but just for your understanding, it's flow. It's benefit time I have.
Okay.
Now, interesting. This is a nice question for your exams. So activity 1 will finish by the 6th week. The earliest start, guys, please note this now. I won't repeat this part now. The earliest part, the earliest time for activity 2 and 4 to start is what? The 7th week. Are we together?
Yes.
Good. Now, activity 3, because it's on the critical part, has no late start time. Because we cannot play with issues on the critical part. However, activity 2 can be allowed to start by the 9th week. So it has a late start. Why does it have a late start? Because there is a float in that region. Makes sense?
Yes.
All right. You know, we touched on the fact that when an activity is actually on the critical part, it's sensitive and you must not play with it. We also
Hello. Hi guys.
Hello.
Yes. Yes.
I think it's
Maybe the
network.
network.
hello? Hello?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, hello. We lost you before.
Yeah, I don't know. I used to have a very reliable SpectraNet network, but recently it's becoming a joke. Okay, now let me continue. Now, I said that we've touched on the fact that you cannot alter, what do you call it? Activities on the critical path. However, having said that, it's also important that we remember that while we cannot alter it, times happen or situation happens when you need to what? Compress schedule. What do you do when you need to compress schedule? There are two things that you need to do, that you can do. The best way to look at this, to engage with this, is, guys, just look at the diagram. Forget about the text for now. You can read it up at your own time. Look at the diagram. Now, the very first one there is called fast tracking. What did they do? The first one was normal. So week one man will do the job in week 1, week 2, one man will do it. So they had one particular person doing jobs all across the 12 weeks. Then when we wanted to fast track, what did we do? We brought from activities to start concurrently with others. So we made some become what? Concurrent starters with others. I hope you're seeing the fast tracking board, guys.
Yeah.
That way, we did what? Caused a fast track. There is a caveat to this. The caveat is, obviously, there were no dependencies in those last 2 that were brought to start early. Make sense?
Yeah.
Because if there was a mandatory dependency, we would not achieve that.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Good. Another reason that you need to know is that this can also bring problems. There could be a risk associated with this game. Because when you plan, you are always you are very robust when you're planning. But when you are trying to change things against plan, you don't really think too much. So there could be an associated risk that you've not really considered. So fast tracking may come with its own risk. Look at crashing, guys. In crashing, what you did was you introduced more men into the game. Like they used to say when you were in school, one man cleared a piece of land, a piece of football field for 5 days. How many days will it take 10 men to clear the same field? You will start calculating. That's exactly what happened in crashing. By introducing more men, you got the job done quicker. However, where there are too many cooks in the food always gets bad, or could get bad. Let's not say always, could get bad. So with that understanding also, you are aware and you appreciate the fact that crashing can also bring problems, could also bring risk. Like it could bring a risk, it also comes with a cost. Because if I was paying praise 10,000 a day, please don't mind the use of words now. Then I go back and I bring Yves to the same project, and I'm going to have to pay him another 10,000 again per day. You already know that's about, if it's about 8 days, I'm going to use them. There's an extra 80K on my budget. So you could also bring challenges to your budgeting. Make sense, guys? We go away from here.
I have a question, please.
Ask the question.
Okay, so since on the chat. Okay, since you are increasing the manpower from 1 person to 2, why do we, if it's just 1 person that is doing the work for the green one, normal, it will have taken 4 days. But now 2 people are doing the same work each day and they're taking 3 days. I think it should have been 2 days.
You're actually using your mathematics sense, but in this case, it's just a representational thing, just to get your picture, to get the picture. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and honestly, sometimes too, you also need to be aware that when you bring 2 men, they have time to chat, to gossip, and to, what I mean?
Time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 2 men can actually become 2 distractions.
Okay.
Really. So, but for this issue now, it's simply representational. It's got nothing to do. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Now, the next thing about, I think the next two things you need to, you see, schedule is so wide. When you're planning schedule, a lot to soak in. When you're planning resource again, schedule again, there is something you need to also take away from schedule. The very first one is what you call the resource optimization technique. Resource optimization. What is resource optimization? Now, when I mean resource here, I don't only mean human resource, even physical resource. You're planning it against time. So, but for now, let's stick with human resource and use it to explain this context. So in week 1, we needed, the human resource we had to work for, let's say 10 hours. In week 2, we needed him for 15 hours. Then in week 3, we need him for about 12 hours. And in week 4, we will need him for what? 6 hours. What do we necessarily do for smoothing? Let's start with smoothing. Smoothing, it's pretty much the word smoothing. It means we're trying to what? Smoothen the relationship or smoothen the work hours for the guy. So we tell him, my friend, let's try to distribute your work across all the weeks in an even manner. Smoothen. Let's distribute the work across all the weeks in an what? Even manner. So in week 1, instead of doing just 6 weeks, go for about 8. Then share the other weeks, 10 hours, so that automatically you would achieve what? The 40 hours total needed to get the job done. So smoothing is very easy. Now, when it comes to resource leveling, one thing you need to take about smoothing is that it does not change the schedule. That's the key thing for your exams. It does not change the schedule. So like you can see, we still stuck with what? 4 weeks. But leveling will change the critical part. It will change the schedule. Now, when do we use leveling? We use leveling when the goal is to balance the demand for resources with available supply. So let us say that we have only 3 masons that supply, but we need them. We can't recruit anymore. So, but we need them to work in about 4 or 5 places. Now, what we can do there is what? We level. We level. In the first one, we had 1. He was enough. He was the same guy doing the same thing. So we just shared his hours. This other one now is we have 3 masons and we need them to work in 5 places. So what we can do for them is what? It's a game we're going to have to play with them. Because 1, we don't have enough hands there. So we're going to play a game with them. So Mr. A, when you finish your work, come and do a little in this other side and then go home. Mr. B, when you finish your work, come and do a little in this other side and then go home. So for every day you try to finish your work, come and do a little and then go home. Now, that on its own might mean that at the end of the day, we might not be able to achieve what we're supposed to do within the same amount of time. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Awesome. Next on the board, on scheduling, I think 3 more things before we leave schedule, because I think schedule is always very wide and can get boring before you know it. In our last class, if you remember, we touched on the fact that scheduling is actually done for a project projects are managed as standalone within a program and within what? A portfolio. Good. If projects are managed as standalones within a program and within a portfolio, likewise, you need to also be able to coordinate projects in like manner. What do I mean? What I mean is this. Your project might have an impact on other projects within that program. Your project might have an impact on other projects within that program. Back to construction now. So the program is building 50 two-bedroom apartments in the estate, program 1. The very first one, the speed at which we go about the first one might affect how we do what go about the rest. May affect. So we need to be aware about the points where I need to feed the next person his own thing so that I don't make slow another project within that program. That's exactly what you mean by what? Coordination with other projects within a program and within a portfolio. Now, it is good that you understand, how do I even schedule a project? How most projects are being scheduled are based on what we call benchmarking and historical data. What is benchmarking? Mr. El Hassan, I know you are into construction, but what's the last engineering, Abi?
No, yes, building construction.
Building construction, good.
Yes.
Now, Mr. El Hassan, what is the last construction work that you've completed, and how long did it take you?
Well, I oversee the section anyway, but the last one we delivered was, let's say, over 2 years. It took over 2 years because of the COVID. In between, the COVID came and there was lockdown. So
okay, so what was the project and how long did it take you? Anything, don't worry. It could be personal.
3 years. 3 years.
3 years.
Yes.
What were you building?
It's an office complex.
An office.
A massive office complex, yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, cool. Now, I know Pembury is in the same sector. Pembury, how many offices were in the complex, El Hassan?
It's our office anyway, it's our office. So what we do is that we identify our offices by their location. And in each location, depending on the size of location, you can have from 50 to 100 staff.
Oh, okay, all right, cool. Now, Pembury, have you had a similar project in your career? And how long did it take you? What do you say?
It's a 4-bedroom semi-detached duplex.
Okay, how long did that take you?
That one took about 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. Based on the flow of funds. Yeah.
Okay, based on the flow of funds. Ideally, if there was perfect flow of funds, how long would that apartment take you? Because El Hassan is a government institution, so it can be more bureaucratic. So let's go with the private sector stuff now. Now, ideally, how long would a 4-bedroom semi-detached take you if there was the funds were on your table?
Less than a year.
Less than a year. So put it like 6 months. Is that what you're saying? Or more?
8 months. That's 8 months. 8 months.
8 months. Michael, are you saying the same thing?
Yeah, 8 months.
Okay, cool. Guys, we've actually just done benchmarking based on your historical data. Simple. So you plan, this is how we do schedule planning. That's it. So that's a very benchmarking and estimation. It's the way you start planning from. Duration, activity duration estimates. Who can help us read this? Anybody?
Activity duration estimate. The quantitative assessment of the likely number of time periods that are required to complete an activity. Elapsed time. The actual calendar time required for an activity from start to finish. Effort. The number of labor units required to complete a scheduled activity or a WBS component, often expressed in hours, days, or weeks. Contrast with duration.
Okay, I'm going to start with effort. So the effort is the number of labor units. So you might be thinking that the number of labor units, let's say the number of labor units required to post all of a candidate's picture across the whole states and local governments in Nigeria. However, it's not measured by 2,000 people, no. It's now measured by what? Hours, days, and weeks, so by time. So the goal here for us is measuring time, but at the backdrop of what? People. Does it make sense? Okay, I want to start campaigning for presidency. And I need to get across the 774 local governments. So invariably, I have identified that I would need 3, or let's say 5 persons to effectively put my banners across the 774 local governments. Are you there?
Yeah.
Now, 5 times 774 is the number of people. But that's not where I'm measuring. The target is by 3 weeks, everybody across all the local governments would know that I am going for what? Presidency. 3 weeks. So the effort there is 3 weeks. But the people that will get me to that place is 774 times 5. Make sense?
Yeah.
Perfect. Elapsed time. The actual calendar time required for an activity from start to finish. You see, you can draw an estimate and say, I want to be able to finish this course between 8 and 12. That's an activity duration estimate. However, the elapsed time is the actual time in which I finish. My activity duration estimate is 4 hours. But sometimes the elapsed time could be 4 hours, 5 minutes, 4 hours, 10 minutes, or 3 hours, 55 minutes. I hope that makes sense to everybody. It's pretty easy. It's just that it could be a bit funny when you're thinking about it. So duration estimate is just estimate. Elapsed time is the actual time. Effort is number of labor units required to complete scheduled activity, but this time around with people at the focus, with time at the focus. Hello.
Yeah.
Are we getting, am I boring you? Am I taking all the energy?
No.
Okay, let's plan the real big deal, the one we all love, budget, money.
Yeah.
When we are in the cost journey, there is things you must pay attention to before you go into the cost journey. First, it's called resource planning. What is resource planning? You first need to know that I'm going to take on 10 people, 10. That's planning the resource. How am I going to take them on a contractual basis? What is contractual basis? It means they will work per hour. I will pay them per hour. I'm planning my resource. It's at the backdrop of planning your resource that you can what? Estimate cost for each resource. If not, you cannot estimate clearly. You cannot start from estimating cost before you now go to what? Planning resource. That's a poor planning technique. Once you've estimated cost at an aggregated level, is called what you call the cost budget. Let me give you an example. So I'm going for this wedding tomorrow. Not me, but you. You're the one going for the wedding. So you estimate that the shoe you want to wear is 48,000 naira. The traditional you want to wear, or the, what do you call those things? The ladies, ashebi you want to put on is 200. That's 248. That's estimation. The hair, the nails, the wristwatch, you aggregate it. Then you now go into what? The budgeting. So you now budget 400,000 for that wedding. Now, when you now go to the market to actually buy these things, you will be looking at your planned notebook and trying to what? Control cost, so that you don't spend more on the shoe and it will affect their ashebi. You don't spend more on the ashebi and it would affect the wristwatch. That is you doing cost control. Now, planning cost is the process of defining how the cost will be what? Estimated, budgeted, managed, monitored, and controlled. Guys, before I leave you on this slide, the cost management plan is another good book. It's another major book in the big book. The cost management plan, there are 3 big prophets in that big book. 3 big prophets. The 3 big prophets in that book, 3 big ones, are called cost management plan, schedule management plan, and scope management plan. Cost, schedule, and scope. There are the 3 big prophets. There are other minor prophets in that book. Now, guess what? It's interesting that you know that in that big book, the big prophets are called what? Baselines. Baselines. Did you hear that? The big prophets are called what? Baselines. Drag your ear, please don't forget this. If you're writing the exams, the big prophets are called baselines. Why are they called baselines? Because those 3 areas have to be approved before you can implement. Nobody really cares how you, even if you go about, you mess around with the employment, that's the HR, but you deliver the project. They may spank you, you might lose the work, but the work will still be celebrated. Does that make sense? Even if you are bossy, your leadership style is whack, but you still give out the 100% platinum quality on that project. They might spank you, rebuke you, chastise you, but you will still be celebrated for what? Good quality projects. But if you mess around with the scope, or you make the company to spend more money, or you deliver the project at the wrong time, those 3 areas will cost you a lot. Those are why those 3 areas are called what? Baseline. The 3 major prophets are called baselines. Because the word, whenever you see the word baseline, it means approved scope, approved cost, and approved schedule. I hope you traveled with me.
Yep.
Now, when it comes to cost, look at this. What did we say? When you finish planning resource, which we had planned when we were doing scope, you're going to come into what? Estimating cost. Estimating cost. What are the bases for your estimation? IT, the cost of the IT service, the cost of labor, the cost of materials, the cost of the facilities, the cost of the equipment, the cost of the service, and the cost and what you call reserves. You will get to appreciate reserves later. Now, there are 3 ways you estimate cost. 3 ways. We touched this in our last class. Somebody pulled this out in our last class, made us go into this, but for the benefit of doubt, I'm going to go back through it. Analogous, parametric, and bottom-up estimation. Bottom-up was what we just finished doing when we were doing the what? Marriage planning for tomorrow. So we plan the shoes, we plan the clothes, we plan the accessories, we plan the hair, we're barbing the hair or plaiting the hair, whatever we're gonna do. We plan that. We plan even sometimes the bag, the car, the friend you want to go out with. We plan it and we aggregate it. If we're going to carry our own cooler there, we also plan all that. Then we now aggregate it and then we now make a budget and say this marriage alone will cost me 2.7 million. Bottom-up estimation. What is analogous estimation? Do you want to help me? I'm going to reach out to you, someone right now in class, and say, please. I'm going to say, Coblan, please, I like your t-shirt. Where did you buy it? Or how much did you buy it? Coblan tells me, I bought this t-shirt for 20,000. And without me asking him any further, I go to my account and I book out what? I withdraw 20,000 and I head to the market. So I am just working like, I'm not thinking too much. 20,000 t-shirt, I carry it to the shop to go and buy the t-shirt too. However, that's you estimating based on what? Historical information. Now, parametric is when you realize that life is bigger than just one historical information. So what do? I'm going to ask him, hi, my friend Coblan, when did you buy it? He said, I bought it 2 years ago. And I'm like, 2 years ago, oh, that's fine. And I'm now asking him, and I now ask myself, and I come to someone who is very good with, Chinwe is very good with finances. And I said, between now and the last 2 years, Chinwe, what's been the inflation in the country between that period? And Chinwe tells me there's been like 17% inflation. So with statistical data now, I'm going to build in 17% on 20,000 and come up with what? 17% of 20,000 plus 20,000 and take that amount to go and do what? Buy whatever I want to buy. What I am doing when I use statistics coupled with historical data, what I am doing there is called a parametric estimation. Make sense?
Yeah.
All right, we'll run faster.
Yeah.
Now, writing the exams or working on a very technical project, there might be other nuances that you need to remember. I know if you're working on a very non-technical project, you may not really bother about this, but writing the exam, be aware about it. And if you get on to working on some very life-sensitive and technical projects, you also need to be aware of this. So you've made your estimates. You need to tell the people in your write-up and say, these estimates were what? Rough order magnitude estimates, or they were what? Definitive estimates. Why do you need to say that? You are saying that so that they have a perspective about the level of error contained in your estimation. The higher the level of error, then they are more watchful that they must do a bigger markup. That's why you have people making like big markups on projects, because the estimation cannot be trusted. Now, when the estimation is largely right, or to a large extent looks right, what you need to do is what you need to note is that this is what a definitive estimate. Definitive estimate. Why? Because the error rate is between -5% to +10%. A good thing you need to take into account now for your exam. If you see a question that says, what kind of estimate is this? And you see a large variation of between 25 and 75, very large, that's a rough order. But if you see a smaller size, that's a definitive estimate. The last one is what you call a phased estimate. Phased estimate is phased estimate. It's pretty simple. When a project is in phases, you estimate in phases. That's simple. There are tools that will help you when you are what? Doing cost estimation. I will run through this. Two of those tools, one of them is called the compliance. sorry, the cough in the air. Now, one of them is called the compliance tool, and the other one is called the lessons learned register. What is a compliance tool and what is the lessons learned register? Compliance, for what it is called, compliance. Now, what is compliance? Regulations, sometimes government regulations, sometimes corporate policies, sometimes quality regulations like the ISO standards, and sometimes risk regulations, or what they call de facto regulations that are done by experts. Now, let's say for Nigeria, you're doing a Nigerian project most times. I think the cap, they used to say when you're estimating budget, you should have about 30% profit. Is it something like that? I'm not too sure. For those who have been involved in projects in Nigeria, you can just share with me.
Yeah, 25 to 30% markup.
25 markup, yeah, that's it. So 25 to 30% markup. Interesting. So that's compliance. That's compliance. So in estimating budget, you pay attention to those things. The next thing you pay attention to that will help you to do what? Handle these engagements is what you call the lessons learned register. What is a lesson learned register? I think we were big on this last week. Yeah? A lesson learned register is a compendium of knowledge, of lessons you've learned, whether in the current project or perhaps even in another project. You use those lessons to what? Make cost estimation. So you realize the last time you estimated more than 30%, you did not get that contract. So you decide to stay between what? 25 and 20. That's lessons learned. Lesson learned also gives you the credibility of starting from a previous or similar project. So, makes sense to you. All right. This is where it gets interesting, because you're going to have a question in your exam that is going to simply say, who does cost estimates? Who does cost estimates? If I get the, okay, anyone give me the answer. Anyone. Who estimates the cost? Who does estimation?
The person that will handle the project now.
Michael, are you in Abuja?
Yes, sir.
Send your address, I'll send you a chocolate. Thank you, you were in last class. Yes. All right, so I give out chocolate. I will just bill the chocolate to your office. So not to worry.
Okay, sir.
So, but that's strictly for Abuja people. Or if you come into Abuja, send your location and I will bill it to you.
I'll send mine too.
That's if you answer my question. Okay, let's keep going. Now, remember when we were in the last class, we talked about building high performance team. We touched on the fact that the person who does the project, two ways you empower people. There are two ways you empower people. One, the power to estimate and the power to communicate. Remember that conversation. Yeah, now, in estimation, the guy who does the job is the guy who does the estimation. We use an example of your mechanic. Now, look at this board very well. At the very first level, your team, the guy who will do that job on your team when you are doing planning now, is the one who will estimate for his desk. Look at him here. Can you see the guy? He has done what you call the activity cost estimate. Guys, I wouldn't like to repeat this. It's a bit windy because it might keep us here for a long, and we don't have all the time. So look at this once and for all, so we can travel together.
Okay.
Now, this guy here is the guy doing the job. Who will do that job? What does the guy do? The guy spends the time to estimate for his what activity, his own job function. Interestingly, he doesn't tell you as the PM, but he puts what he calls a contingency reserve. What is a contingency reserve? A markup. Because he knows that things can change. So between the time when he's estimating and the time when the job will be done, anything could happen. So he puts a markup. It's not necessarily, and when you're thinking, don't think about Nigeria alone, where you think about the fact that in this part of the world, inflation might make prices go up. No, think about the fact that even the resource you used, maybe like I was employing Pembury on the project, and then Pembury is very skilled, but he's increased his rates. About that time, I don't have a choice. I know he can give me what I want. So the next, I need to do what? Mark up a bit just to cover for eventualities. It could be anything. So he creates a little markup and submits it to you, the PM. Or even if he doesn't submit it to you, he might give it to what? The person above his level, maybe the guy in the engineers now, the plumber that will plumb the room might give it to the site engineer controlling that site. Or the mason. And then the mason, that's at that level, this is at the micro level. It builds into the work package level. The site engineer himself. What does the site engineer do? He also puts together everybody's, the plumber's own, the electrician's own, everybody's own, and also builds in his what? A contingency for himself. Not because he wants to eat this money. So don't think about fraud now. Think about the fact that eventualities happen. It's a benchmark for risk. Then he puts a contingency around it and now submits it to you in the control account. You will now carry the control account and go and submit it and get approval. That's why what you get as approval here, it becomes what? A project-based line. What you are not also aware is that the management that gave you the work will also put their work reserve. and create a project budget. The question is, why does management themselves put a reserve? Those in construction will know. Those in development will also appreciate this. Let us say that you are getting funding from Bill and Melinda Gates. Bill and Melinda Gates also are aware that if they want to see this project to the very end, there are issues that they might arise and they don't want story. So they mark up that project. Even when you tell them it's a 5 million project, they still mark it up and make it 6 million. So that in the event that whatever happens, you write back to them and say, please, we need an extra to finish this project. They will not be stranded. What they've done there is they put a management reserve. For your exam, you need to be able to differentiate between management reserve, contingency reserve, and activity contingent reserve. Activity is at the basic level, contingency is at the work package level, an aggregated level, and then management puts their own reserve on it. So where do management put their reserve on? On the cost baseline. So when they are giving you the project to go and manage, they give it to you at 10 million. But really behind the back of their mind, they know it's a 12 million portfolio. If anything goes bad, we can still make 2 million there. We still have 2 million to give to you to solve the problem. I hope everybody picked that out. Now, speaking about these money, yes, please.
But it flows from the activity contingency reserves up to management.
Yes. You can take a screenshot of this, please. And just keep it for yourself. It's a screenshot you need, really, to appreciate this budgeting component. Okay. Guys, are we all together on this?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I trust you guys. Now, budget challenges. Ideally, a good budget should not change, Abi. But you and me know it does sometimes change. And it changes for a reason. The reasons vary. One of them is economic factors, like we've said, inflation and all that. Another one could be risk changes. Take, for instance, very simple one, when COVID happened, it affected a lot of things. And then the project requirements could change. And with every new change in the project requirement, budgets might shift. Now, whenever money changes, in short, if you remember in our first class, we touched on the fact that there are the tripartite of project management, which is what? Scope, schedule, and what?
Cost.
Cost, awesome. Whenever one of them shifts, it will cause the eminent shift of the other one, of other two. So those are the things that can cause budget challenges. What is funding limit reconciliation? All of this is in your note, but I'm going to just walk you through it in a very simple way. The best way to really enjoy, appreciate, and come into funding limit reconciliation is these stuff you have here. Whenever you bring issues of a change in scope that is affecting of change in what cost, management sits and look, do we have any reserves that we will use to what fund this your new requirement? If there are none, they might terminate the project. So the process of comparing your planned expenditure of the project against the limits now on the commitment of funds for the project in order to identify any variance is what we call the funding limit reconciliation. They are checking in. This was the planned expenditure, you know, that and that and that. That is exactly what funding limit. It's pretty simple. What is project governance? Now, still again back to this place. So you bring in a change, or you come and you tell us one nice story. You are like, that guy is very intelligent. One nice story, we need to do this, we need to change and change and change it. And then you just say, okay, take the money. No, it's not like that. There is an institution, a company of people, a team that sits as a governance structure to always look at your changes, all the things you are prospecting or preferring that you want to make changes for. They will analyze it to see, is it ideal or is it not ideal? If it's not ideal, they will cancel it, continue with the old plan. If it's ideal, all right, let's let it go. We will release this amount of money for it and for that and that and that and that. That company of people is what you call the project governance. One of the things that is very big for these guys, these are the guys that sit over that triangle, the scope, the schedule, and the budget. They sit very tightly over them to ensure that you don't bring in changes that will mess up any of those tripartite constraints. Awesome. Any questions before we drive to the next bus stop? Hello? Are we all okay? Are we all fine?
I'm fine.
Hmm?
I'm fine.
Okay. I believe you guys make me sound like a very good teacher when I'm afraid I'm boring you.
You're not boring us.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's keep going. So the next thing we're going to look at right now is quality planning. I think right after you leave the first three, once you have won with the first three, you've won in scope, once you've won in schedule, once you've won in cost, the next thing you're going to have a keen look at is the issue of what? Quality. How well is the quality? So you plan for quality. Now let's dive neck deep and see what we do here. First and foremost, what is quality? Because you know there are some words that you just know, but they're just there in your head. You can understand them, but you might not really have a clear term to explain what they are. Well, let's find a clear term for today. It's the degree to which a set of inherent characteristics, a degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfills requirements. Make sense? Inherent characteristics fulfill requirements. Now, quality also could be a broad word for what? Standards and regulations. Now, every one of us agree, or most times we may agree, that the Mercedes-Benz is one of the strongest or choice cars, or German cars are strong cars. We may agree on it, we may not. Now, if we do agree on this, the next thing will be, Why exactly do we think so? Okay, let's look at the areas by which people use to define quality. What are the things we use to define quality? One, standards. Documents established as a model by an authority, custom, or by general consent. We all generally believe that these things should be done in this manner. Standards. Regulations. Standards could be defined by authority, so they could be legal standards. They could also just be general consent, so not very legal, but informal, but generally accepted. Abi? Like, yeah, we have standards in our different cultures. Like I think for the Yorubas, if you are greeting someone that is older than you, the Yorubas are the West, yeah, you dobale, you go down to the ground. So pretty much that way. So that's the standard. And you see, if you were Yoruba by tribe and you don't do that, you look awkward. You understand? It doesn't necessarily mean it's right or it's wrong, but it's a standard, just do it. You know, that's quality. So a quality greeting in Yoruba land is when you go down. It's not only peculiar to the Yorubas, the Japanese also. In Japan, you have to take a bow before your elders. Take a bow before your elders. So, same thing now, standards again. Won't be tell you that you're going for a business meeting and you have someone that is bigger than you in that business meeting, and then you're not taking a bow. You sound really awkward. You sound like you are proud, you know? So these are standards in cultures, you know? Now, I think for the Chinese, the difference for the Chinese is that they have a very interesting way of differentiating people of this, your age mates and then your seniors. So if you're talking to your seniors, you sound different. Like you say ni, nin. So if I'm talking to you and you're my peers, I will say ni, ni. If I'm talking to my senior, I will say nin, nin. So if someone is passing by and hears me saying nin, you know that person is my senior, or I call you respect. I don't know if that makes sense to you. So,
Yeah.
So theirs is with tones of voices. They speak based on tones of voices. Very, and another interesting culture really, because I don't know how people speak with tones of voices, but it's really interesting to also understand how they operate themselves. These are standards. Now let's go to regulations. These requirements can establish product, process, so regulation, service characteristics, including applicable administrative provisions that have government mandated compliance. To be fair, read the English at your own time. Regulations are largely government backed, they're legal. So while standards may be as standards to be met, regulations are requirements you must observe. Most times to do with not only product, but also could be what processes, service characteristics, and they are actually government backed. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Now, de facto regulations. The word de facto is something widely accepted. Like now, if we say that we all widely accept the fact that you should say good morning in the morning, that's a de facto regulation. It doesn't really mean it's anything. It doesn't mean it's right or wrong, but we commonly agree that that's the way to go. The jure. The jure is from the Latin, I think it's Greek or Japanese, I don't know, but one of those words. Experts. So jure, like a judge, from where you have jurisdiction, judge, jurisdiction, justice. Yeah, jure. So these are experts, someone an expert in the law, someone that knows what he's saying. So when experts tell you a particular way to do things, it's not necessarily backed by a law, But based on they've done it over the years, and they've seen that this is the best way to do things, that's a de jure regulation. The last one is the ISO 9000 series. This is a quality system standard that can be applied to any product, service, or process in the world. Now, these guys, ISO, they are known for what? Building compendiums of standards for different process areas and different product areas. So you may want to explore what they have in there and then adopt it for your different projects. Okay. Now, again, the big book of plan, it's here. And one of its sub-books is also here with us. It's called the Quality Management Plan. Now, what is this sub-book big on? It identifies what quality requirements will be. You know, it tells us how do we sit down to define what quality requires. I mean, quality means different things to different people. Now, when we begin to find that out, we begin to plan, identify and plan, then we go back to what? Manage. We manage processes to ensure we all arrive at what? Best quality. Then the last thing is we control to ensure that we get the best out of quality. That's the quality management journey. Why do I need to manage quality?
Sorry, Mr. Tido, the jure regulations, what did you say about it?
Chinwe, you've traveled and left us. Where are you at the airport? I'll be on the flight.
Actually, I wasn't listening. Just come again, please.
Okay. Next time we'll charge you for not listening. The word jury, a good way to remember it, it's when you are, if you see it anywhere, just remember the word jurisdiction. The jury, judge, expert. That's where you get the word jurisdiction, jurisprudence, jury, expert. When a company of experts believe this is the best way to go.
Okay.
If you go on YouTube, you'll see what the rich says about getting wealthy. You'll see those kind of YouTube videos. Most times you find out that there are similar patterns in their conversations. That's a de jure regulation. Are you getting me?
Okay.
It doesn't mean it will work that way all the time, that if you follow everything they are saying, you'll become Elon Musk. Not necessarily. Are you getting me? People have followed those way and still missed it. So things could change, but you need to understand that that's a regulation. Most people have followed that those patterns and succeeded. But someone has followed that pattern and failed, but it's a de jure regulation. I hope it makes sense to you. Yeah, yes. So what the experts think. And most times, for those who are in construction, you have a lot of those kind of things in construction. Okay, what experts think. All right, let's go. So benefits of meeting quality requirements. I don't have to explain this one. Less rework. You know, when you do something that is not well, you sometimes have to go back and think about it again and start working on it again. Higher productivity. You see, when you don't rework, you have the time to do something better. But when you have to rework, you don't have the time. Lower cost. Increase stakeholder, you can't overemphasize this. Increased stakeholder satisfaction. Increased profitability. These are benefits of quality requirement, of meeting quality requirements. What are the other things I need to know when I'm dealing with quality? Oh, sorry, where am I? What are things I need to know when I'm dealing with quality include quality metrics, cost of quality, and quality audits. What are quality metrics? The units or attributes by which you will measure quality are called quality metrics. A very good one I want to ask this class. What is the quality metrics? What would you call let's try, everyone come into the chat box, put on your mics, shouldn't take us 30 seconds. What will be the metrics by which you will measure a good phone? All right.
Functionality.
You say?
It's functionality.
Functionality. Yeah. That's a very broad one. So you wouldn't use that as a quality metric. When you use the word metrics, it means it has to be measurable. So when I say functionality,
Processor.
All too broad.
Processor.
Processor speed, which is the speed at which things are being computed. I'm going to have to close my video, but I have to stand. Okay. Battery power is a big deal for El Hassan, so that's a good one. So he will measure quality based on what? Battery power. Processor speed.
Quality.
Camera
quality. Okay. Who is saying that? Pembury? You sound like a picture addict. Okay. Easy user interface, a big deal for Praise. Another camera addict again on Praise, says she needs camera quality. The Instagram users and the TikTokers. Okay. No, it's just I'm just
durable screen. Durable screen.
Durable screen. All right. Screen definition.
Memory size.
Memory size. Another big deal for you. Now, these are metrics that we use to measure what do you call it? Screen quality. Now I see another nice one here, screen definition. Eves, that's a good one. Do you wear glasses like myself? Do you? Okay, that's a very good one because some of these screens are not made from very good materials. Okay, so that's a big deal for some people too. Now, guys, you've already explained to yourself what a metric is. The key thing about metrics is that they have to be measurable. How do you measure? Everything you said must be measurable. So, cool. Now, the part I love a lot in quality is the conversation around the cost of quality. What is the COQ? But before I explain that, let me give you a brain teaser. What is WOW? Who knows? Let me see those that have been in class up till today. WOW. I'm not chocolate in the works, guys. If I catch you on Google.
Can you come again, please?
If I catch you on Google, I'm going to flog you. What is WOW? Okay, I'm going to give you that as a homework, everyone. It was in our first class. We touched on it. You're going to find these acronyms, so don't throw them away. Write it down somewhere in your notes. Please, at your spare time, go look at what WOW is. You will need it in the next class execution.
Wonderful original work.
What do you say?
Wonderful original work.
No. It means way of working. Way of working. We touched on it when we talked about the team defining their own ground rules. Their own ground rules. Find time to listen to that video again. I actually had posted that video on YouTube, sir. So that try and listen to it. They sent you guys a link on it. So go back and engage it. So try and listen to the link they sent to you guys. It's still fresh. Listen to that video again or run through the materials for that day one. All right, let's keep going. Now, it's called way of working. Every team defines their way of working. Now, you're going to find a lot of these things. You have DOD, you have COQ, you have WOW, you have TOR. Some of them are things you use day to day, but just try and engage with them again one more time. All right, let's keep going. COQ, cost of quality. What is cost of quality? It's the cost incurred over the time of the project. Now, let me leave you to read the English yourself. For want of time, I'll ask you to read and then I explain. But COQ is the cost, that the cost of the project, of you making sure that this project conforms to quality standards. So it also the cost of you ensuring it conforms. It's also the cost involved in getting the project done at top-notch quality. Let me explain. Number one, hiring the best team, the most professional people to do your job is a cost of quality. Yeah, you can get someone and you pay the person a bit less and get that same result. Yes, we agree. Are you getting me? Yeah, I know someone that can charge you 10,000 for it. But if you want to get this guy will give you, you will see the difference between his work and other people's work. But he doesn't charge anything less than 17,000 per hour. That's 7,000 naira he's adding to his own. It's a cost of quality. It's a cost of quality. Now, another way to understand cost of quality is when you pay an auditor to come and be auditing you so that you totally conform to quality standards. What you are also putting on the table is cost of quality. So cost of quality is all the costs incurred, all, over the life of the product by investment in non-conformance to requirements, appraisal of the project or service for conformance to the requirement and failure to meet requirements. You can read it at your own time. I'm not reading it in a hurry. But all the investments you make to conform to quality is called the cost of quality. Now, what is quality audit? Quality audit is nothing different from quality audit.
Is it?
Huh? Can you guys hear me? Are you hearing me clearly? Am I breaking? Am I breaking, guys? Hello?
Hello.
Is there anybody in class? Am I okay?
Yes, please.
Ella,
Yeah.
can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, a structured independent process to determine if the activity complies with organizational and project policy is called quality audit.
No,
Michael, okay, cool. Now, quality audit is simply you having a structure, not one,
you're breaking, but
a structured plan.
Your network is not too strong, sir.
Oh, this guy.
It's epileptical, the network.
This guy is again. Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, I think it is.
Okay.
For me, I don't know of others. For me, it is.
Okay, but if it gambles again, is it better now? Can you all hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, if it gambles again, please let me know. Okay, let's go. Now, the total process, which is often done in a very deliberate manner to ensure that these things are done, is called a quality audit. Now, what is this? What does quality audit help us do? It improves the performance of a project and can be conducted at scheduled and random intervals. The best way is have both scheduled and random intervals. Why do you need to have both scheduled and random intervals? Schedule because you need a regimented way of checking if you're on track. Random because human nature, if you don't catch them by surprise sometimes, they could just do anything they want to do with your work. All right, so we keep going. All right. Now, we want to manage quality. So we're doing this audit. We're doing these audits. We know the metrics you are looking out for. We are auditing for these metrics. So invariably, we are gathering data. How are we gathering data? It could be through statistical sampling. Like if we're running a Pampers company and we're building Pampers in our company. Are you getting me? Because we're building Pampers in our company, we could actually as well be doing what? We could as well be.
We can't see your screen, sir.
Okay. We could as well be doing what? We're building Pampers in our company. So we can as well be doing what? Checking each Pampers to be sure. And out of every 10, we check 1 or 2 to see how well we did with this one. Now, that's statistical sampling. We're sampling.
I don't see the screen again.
You can't see my screen. Hold on.
No.
Yeah, we can't see your screen.
All right, that's fine. Let me check. So literally, what we're talking about here is we gather the data. So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Awesome. So we're gathering data. How are we gathering data from? From checking out 1 out of every 100 Pampers and seeing how they align. That's also what sampling. The next one is what the use of what checklist. So let me give you a very good example of this. When you get to the those guys that do visas, when you apply for a visa, what do they normally do? When you go to submit your visa application, those guys at the desk, they bring out a checklist. They ask you, what visa are you applying for? You tell them. They hold it. They say, do you have passport? You show them. They open up on the tick that one, they keep it. They use a checklist to check everything that you are submitting. When they finish, they fold it, bind the file, and tell you to come back, or that you will hear from them. What they are doing the work is checklists. Questionnaires and surveys. When do you use questionnaires and surveys? A quick answer from the class. Questionnaires and surveys, when do you use it? A quick answer. You should have done that on Sunday.
When you collecting secondary data.
Research.
Kira, I didn't hear that.
The research.
To do research? No, not exactly.
When collecting secondary data.
El Hassan, secondary data, no. You shouldn't. If you're using questionnaire and survey, you should be targeting primary data. Because I'm surveying you, so I will likely be looking for primary data from you directly. Secondary is when you are doing like desktop research. In your Sunday class, you should have touched on that when you use questionnaire and surveys. Now, I'll give it to you guys so that we don't flog it. Now, you use questionnaires and surveys when you are targeting to reach more people, like when you are doing scope gathering. So I want to be able to find out if I built a house in Maraba, 2-bedroom, and sold it for 6 million, will people be willing to buy? You get? I can just throw out a survey across all the federal ministries. Every place where I have a congregation of people, I would drop market and all that. I'm building an estate. If you had an estate in Maraba, will you stay for 6 million, which you can pay in 3 installments. What I'm doing there, I'm gathering data. And this data also is where you are gathering quality metrics. And what would you be looking for in that kind of house? You know, it's a conversation now. Gathering metrics, quality metrics. I would analyze this data and what are the processes I undertake in analyzing this data. 1, the critical chain method. 2, end value management. 3, the trend analysis method. 4, critical path method, and then the root cause analysis. I'll talk you through this, guys. Now, then I will now represent those data to help me know if we are on track in terms of what quality or not. Now, mark all of the data analysis stuff and mark all of the data representation stuff. In the course of the conversation, I'll build all of them into, you'll see them churn out. I'll start with the ones on the left side, on the right side, which is how you represent your findings. So, cause and effect. Where are we driving to? Success. So it's called a cause and effect, or it's either called a fishbone diagram. Cause and effect, or a fishbone diagram. And what is key about this? So you see, the causes are efficiency, skill, performance, leadership, and motivation. Put all of these together, you're going to get what? Success. So you might identify like 6, 7 causes or what have you, and show the effect of it. So if we can nip these 6, 7 causes in the board, we will achieve the desired outcome. So you represent your findings using what? A cause and effect diagram. Another way you can represent your findings is what you call a control chart. A very good way to understand a control chart is, think about if we were producing Pampers. If we were producing Pampers, and every Pampers should be able to absorb liquid of at least 5 liters, that's too much. At least 1 liter of liquid. Every Pampers, at least 1 liter to 2 liters of liquid. Now, 2 liters is the upper limit. 1 liter is the lower limit. So everything below that limit, it means that production was not a good one. So if I end up producing anything that is below that limit, it just tells me that that production was not a good production. So we will have to either cancel that production or something. I'm sure you guys are aware about when Toyota had to cancel some of their cars and recall their cars back.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Are you aware?
Yeah.
It happened some years ago. Now, perhaps the reason for that was because there was something that were below the control level. The third one is the Pareto chart. Pareto principle is pretty easy. It's called the 80-20 principle. And what is in the 80-20 principle? It says that you get 80% of your value, let's say of benefits, from only 20% of your friends. And the other 80% of your friends give you only 20% of benefits. Same thing. Among all the things you invest your money in, 20% of your earnings, it's from 80% of your investment. and 80% of your investments, of your earnings, is from 20% of your earnings. Does that make sense, guys? It's called the 80-20 rule. Does that make sense?
80% of your investment, 80% of your profit, of your margin, sorry, gives you, is coming from your 80% of your investment.
Okay, look at it this way. You have 10 investments, 10. 80% of your benefits, profit, will come from only 20 from only 2 of those investments.
Okay.
80% of your benefits will come from only 2 of those investments. And the flip side to 80% of your 20% of the benefits will come from the other 80% of your investment. So it tells you that you should pay attention to those 20% that gives you the 80% more, because those are where you're really milking off from, without losing count on the other 80%. It's called the Pareto principle. And it's also a good way to find out what are the 20% of courses that are causing 80% of the challenges or the quality issues in my project. I hope you see where it ties in now.
Yeah.
What are the key things? It could even be personnel. The 20% of the personnel that are creating issues in my work project. All right, the last one is what you call what? The scatter diagram. Look at that one, it's pretty basic. It's sales against temperature, sales against temperature. What is sales against temperature? The sales against temperature means that at what temperature did we sell more? Maybe let's say these guys are selling some kind of clothing. So you'll notice that they had more sales when the temperature was around 24 and 26 degrees Celsius. So perhaps that particular clothing is suited for what? That particular temperature range. So people bought it more during the season where the temperature was about that, this thing. So it's just you trying to see around what temperatures are we having more problems in the manufacturing side. Okay, happy? The data analysis side, it's still there. You're going to see it. Don't worry, it's going to all pan out for you. Not to worry. We've done the critical path method. So what we need to look at is the trend analysis, end value, and root cause analysis. I think we've done root cause already when we did the fishbone. So the main thing there is what? End value and trend. Keep your mind around it. It's still coming. It will come more in execution. So you're going to see it. Okay. Integration management. Now, every one of you have seen the journey that we have taken all the while. We've been planning scope, we've been planning cost, we've been planning all sorts. You're wondering in your head, where does all of this tie together? Is there anyone like me wondering in my head, where does all of this tie together? Someone is planning scope, another person is planning time, we're planning budget, everything. Now, this particular knowledge area, this particular period is where you have what? The high level thinking around the whole project of itself. You're having this high level thinking, you're looking at everything, how scope ties to quality, how quality ties to time, and how they all tie to procurement and all of that. You are also looking at how your own project ties into the other projects in the same program or in the same portfolio. Again, the planning of integration, the planning around it. I'm breaking. Did you say I'm breaking?
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay. Now, the planning of integration, it's something that you have to build. It's another small book in the big book. All right. So the primary role of you as a project manager is to what? To pull all the pieces of the project into a cohesive whole. That's the word integrate. That's your primary role. You're putting everything together. What are you necessarily doing? You are identifying gaps, conflicts, and bringing them all together. That's all that you have in that text. One of the good ways to really appreciate the whole project as one is when you use what you call a project management information system. Now, guys, you remember the very first picture I showed you about schedule at the beginning of class? One color-coded picture. Who remembers? Who remembers? Or you want me to take you there again? Anyone remembers? Come on, guys, can you just talk?
Oh, no.
Oh, you guys don't talk. You make me travel my journey. I'm coming. Can you still see my screen?
No.
Yes. Oh.
Is it a yes or a no?
No. I
No.
can't see.
No, no.
Okay, no worry. I'm going to make.
No, I can't see.
I'm going to come back to you. Look at this, guys. Can you see this?
Not yet. Okay.
Can you see that picture we did at the beginning of the class?
Yes, project
Yes.
schedule.
Yes, cool. That picture was built by a PIMS. And if you look at it, it might look like it's scheduled at the end of the day, but there is a lot in there. There is also what? Scope in there. The scope of work is in there, broken down into what? Work breakdown structures. Is it? Now we can actually append cost to each of these schedules, each of these project activities. So there you are. This is one way you get to appreciate the project as a holistic, as one thing. Instead of thinking about it as scope, plan, and all that. This is one way you get to really appreciate it for what it is. I hope that makes sense to you.
Yep.
Cool. Now, so that's what you do with a PIMS. What is a PIMS? It's called the Project Management Information System. A very good example of this is the Microsoft project. If you don't have the license for a Microsoft project, go online, search out for what you call a Project Libre. Project Libre is an open source PIMS. There is even this one by Oracle. Who knows it? There's another one by Oracle.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, Oracle Primavera V6, version 6. It's similar to what Microsoft has, but that's an Oracle version. These projects in large institutions where they plan projects in very big scale, they are very well adopted and used in planning. Now, in integration, this is the guys, like I said, they meet all the processes together. So while you also have the integration management plan, there are the guys who custody every other person because they build the final what? Project management plan. And the final project management plan is a knit of everything in one. I hope that makes sense to you. What are the tools and the techniques it takes to knit everything in one? The tools and techniques that are required to knit everything in one, the very first of them is expert judgment. Why do I know? Why am I so convinced? That's the very first of them. Because it takes an expert to know when to call a plumber, when to call an electrician, when to call a painter, and when not to. Make sense, guys? Now, the next tool and techniques that we need to embrace that helps us to integrate products together, it's meetings. When I and you are sitting down, we're meeting, we're having a conversation about the project, and you're like, I won't be available this week. And you're like, if you're not available, do we need to bring in this other person to do this while we wait for you? Or how would you want us to run for this week? Meetings. When we sit down and we say, my friend, you cost for us, and then let's see the costing you make. Can we get it for lower? Meetings. The third one is what? Data gathering. You and I have seen that data gathering is a big deal. Whether you are gathering it in-house or you are gathering from historical data, it's also a big deal in helping us. So you can look at data from other people. Those who have done similar projects, how did they integrate all of this knowledge? Data gathering. And the last one is what you call the interpersonal and team skills. You see, everything you want, everything you need are with people. If you have a very good interpersonal and team skills, you can bring out everything you want and everything you ever need from people. So that's exactly what it is to do this job. Okay. Any questions before we continue? I'm glad to share with you that we are somewhere where we wanted to be. And that's the big book, the project management plan. That's the big book in the small book. You see, it has different other smaller books in it. And among the books it has, one of the books, the major prophets, like I told you before, is called what? The baselines. And they are made up of what? The scope, the schedule, and the cost. We now further have what you call subsidiary management plans. You have the resource, the risk, the stakeholders, and then you have the additional components. Every other one that we're going to do, the schedule, the cost, the procurement, the risk, those are additional management plans that support the baseline. They support the baseline. And then you now have the last one, which are called what? Additional components. What are additional components? They're not necessarily plans of their own, but they are considerations that help to make the plans work. Did you get that statement? They may not be plans of their own, but they are considerations that help make the plan work. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, let's go. One of these considerations, my friends, if you look at it here, you're going to see one of them. It's called the change management plan and the what? Configuration management plan. Look at it there. Can you see it, everyone? Everyone looks tired.
No, change.
Are you guys all tired?
No. I didn't see what you said.
Oh, no.
Well, I want to suggest for the class, if it's okay, going on a stretch for 4 hours without even a 5 minutes break. I don't think it's if we can just give a break 5 minutes, 10 minutes to come back, I think it will yield more results. But that's just a proposal, a suggestion.
Okay, Elson, that's noted. Who else would like to?
I support that because I think I support that.
I think so.
Hi, Kira.
All right, are you guys aware that you have a 20 minutes break by 12 o'clock?
No, we're not aware by two. We're not aware by two. Okay, if we have a 20-minute break by 12, it's fine.
It's a 20-minute break by 12. So you're gonna go, you know why I'm running you for 4 hours. I know that it's a fresh engine. Now you woke up by 8 o'clock and you're sitting down in class. It's a fresh engine.
No, I woke up at 4
I
a.m.
thought the class was supposed to elapse by 12.
No, yeah, it's supposed to elapse by 2 o'clock. I
By
think 2 o'clock.
8 to 2.
8 to 2, yeah, 6 hours today.
PM for 20 minutes.
That's 7
a.m.
hours.
Yeah,
Then-
so today you have fresh engines, that's why. Okay, go ahead. We needed to stretch today a bit more so that we can actually cover all that we need to cover so that by next week you have a free flow. So planning is actually the longest thing you do. And normally planning should have finished on Sunday, but it always spills over. There is no way, it's just a lot. It's just a lot. Planning is just a lot. And to be fair, if you do the first 3 classes, this planning and finish, and do the one that Esther will start called execution, the other 2 classes, the other 2 last days, to be fair, those ones are free flow. Those ones are free flow. You won't struggle with those. Those are very, very conversational. The big thing for me is the first class, planning and execution. The other 2 is free flow. The other 2 say you can bring your tea. You can bring your tea, bring your snack without be gisting. Nothing much, just gist. Once you understand this and you can hold this and you understand me very close to you, you're fine. All right. Now, hello, am I in class alone?
Yeah, no, you're not.
Okay, cool. So now let's quickly get into this and then see how we give it a wrap so that you can take your break. Now, please, Kira, don't wake up by 4 o'clock again, please. On Saturdays for the next 2, I think we have 1 more week. Please don't wake up by 4 again. We're begging you. Wake up by 8 so that you just wake up and join us.
Did you just say 8?
Yeah, we wake up.
Different time. It's just 6:11 here.
Well, where are you based, Kira?
I'm in the US.
Oh, Kira, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Okay,
So actually, the time you
That's
started,
fine.
it was like 3
Sorry.
a.m. for me. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And you joined us a bit late. All right. Sorry about that. I think I didn't meet you in our first class. At least I should have factored in your time constraints.
No, it's fine. I can always go for the recap video. Thank you.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Okay, now let's keep going, guys. Where did we go? Now, additional components, don't forget. Now let's begin to touch some of them and see how they help us managing change. Now, this is a big deal in project management, managing change. And that's why it's an additional component to the other knowledge areas you manage. Now, what are they? The very first one is what you call the configuration management plan. What is configuration management plan? You need to plan how you will manage configurations. That's just a simple way. Now, what exactly is this? Let me explain this for you in a very simple manner. Look at cars, for instance. Cars are versioned. You can have 2008 version, 2009 version. What they are doing there, by versioning cars, they are managing a configuration. Make sense? Now, if you want to buy a car part, let's say you're buying a Ford, or let's say we buy something that every one of us can relate with, a Toyota Camry or Corolla, whichever one that you want to go with. If you want to buy a car part and you stop by a car dealer and ask him, I want to buy this car part. Let's say you are buying what should we use? A radiator I hope every one of us can relate with cars, radiator, for instance. And then you go and ask for a radiator. They're going to ask you for what car? You were mentioned, and they said, for what year? What they're asking you is what version? Because the requirements for each version is different. If we want to help you, let's help you with the correct version so that it doesn't become a problem. Now, the system, now that is for cars, but that will not really explain this instance now. Now, think about the fact that you are building a 5-bedroom apartment again. Let's come back there. And then the scope was defined and approved in 2001 May. Then sometime in September, someone made a request and asked us to shift a bit. Are you there? Shift a bit, do something, amend this, amend that. So there is a scope change. Get it? I hope you guys are getting this story. There is a scope change. Now, when we are going to, the system is designed to, when this scope change comes, I hope you know that it's going to go to what? The governing board, the governance system. When the governing board approves that change, something will happen. The change will not by default become the scope baseline. No. Yes, by default, it becomes scope baseline, but it will not throw away the first one. What it will do, it will version it. So version 1 and version 2, but the default will shift to version 2. Now, if you guys use the internet, there are some applications on the internet that allows you to put what you call primary email, alternative email. Now, you have 2 emails there, and you can set which of them you want to be primary per time. What you are doing now, that's exactly what this thing does for you. It keeps track of all of them. Like if you use credit cards to pay things online on some of these e-commerce sites, they will keep track of all your cards, but allow you to what? Set the default card, except you delete that card away. What am I trying to have a conversation around now? Is the idea of versioning. It keeps the old version without deleting it, but keeps a new one and versions it to version 2. Guys, does that make sense? Everybody has gone quiet. Does that make sense?
To me, not too clear anyway.
Okay, that's fine. See, guys, I want you to be able to talk. Nobody is talking. I just feel you understand. And I don't like moving. If I want to move at that pace, I'll just be saying things and moving on. It doesn't work that way for me. I need to make sure that you get it and you go home satisfied. Now, let me re-explain it.
Okay.
You have a letter, you've written a letter on Microsoft Word. So let's say that letter is your CV, for instance. Let's use CV. You did that CV in 2019, March. Some things have changed about your work. You've gotten a new job. So you want to update your CV. Abi? You will just go to that same CV, fill in a few things, and press what? Control what? S.
Yes.
What happens when you fill in, when you press Control S? What happens?
It updates the existing CV.
Awesome. Now, do you know that automatically you lose the old version?
Yes, yes, sir.
Good. In project management, it is evil to lose the old version. Why is it evil to lose the old version? Because an issue may arise 5, 10, 20 years after on that project. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
An issue may arise 5, 10, 20 years after that project, and you want to reconcile what was the cause of this issue. Sometimes the cause of that issue was that when we altered the scope, we did not consider these risks. So this risk emerged as a contingent on a scope change that we had done. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yep.
Good. That's why issues of versioning is B on project management. Keep the version, but set the default to the new version. The guys that handle that issue or the system designed to handle those issues is called the configuration management plan or system. Good. The change management plan is the planning. So you plan how you would want to manage configurations. Likewise, you plan how you want to manage changes. So when a change request comes, what are the considerations we are going to do? So you plan for this also. Why is managing change part of integration management? Because every change that comes into your system will not only affect scope, will not only affect cost, may not only affect quality, may affect a number of things. So you have to have a bird's eye view around issues. Does that make sense, everyone?
Okay. Okay.
Perfect. Now, my own question to you, if you followed me thus far, who can propose a change?
The project owner.
El Hassan says the project owner. Who else has a different opinion?
The customer.
Michael says the customer. Who else has a different opinion?
Maybe the government.
The
government, external change.
So some other person says is the government, and some other person says externally. I'm going to help you with a quick answer. The answer is every stakeholder has the power to request for change. Every one of them. Does that make sense?
So what's the question? Is it
who can propose change?
Okay, propose. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Let's look at this. Every stakeholder, the government can propose a change. Everybody. Factoring dynamic change. I'll leave this for you to read at your own time. It's a very simple thing to read, but I'm going to just explain it for you. Now, what do you call dynamic change? Dynamic changes happen largely in Agile. So everything you're going to see here, it's just Agile issues. The first word you're going to see here, and I'm going to explain it for you because I don't want anyone to bamboozle you when you see it again. Discipline Agile. You're going to hear everybody, discipline Agile. It's nothing big. Now, I told you the 4 values of Agile. 4 values of Agile. Now, always remember that Agile is like a religion. If I were a Muslim, there are things that are key to me being a Muslim. 1, I must pray 5 times a day. 2, I must do the yearly fast. I must never break it. There are key tenets about being a Muslim. That are the 4 values of Agile. If I were a Christian, there are things I must do. 1, believe that Jesus is Lord, profess him in public, through baptism and all that. Those are the key tenets for being a Christian. Are you getting what I'm saying, guys? Good. Now, but how I practice my faith is going to be entirely different. The Christians believe the same thing, but they practice it in different ways. Some are Catholics, some are Pentecostals, some are Orthodoxies, some are call them whatever you want. The Muslims also believe the same thing, but practice it in different ways. Some are Sunnis, some are Shiites. You get the picture, guys?
Yeah.
Now, good. The tenets that hold Agile together are the 4 I gave you earlier.
Yeah.
However, the practice of Agile are different. So the next time you hear Scrum, Scrum is only a practice of Agile, it's not a methodology. Agile is the methodology, Scrum is a practice. Kanban is a practice of Agile. Lean technology is a practice of Agile. Extreme programming is a practice of Agile. There are so many of them like that. I hope that makes sense, guys.
Yeah.
Let's continue on this. Now, whenever you combine 2 different practices of Agile together on a project, more than one. So I use Scrum together with Agile, like we use Scrum now, and then we also are using Kanban at the same time to help people pull work and do. What I'm just literally doing is disciplined Agile. Whenever you use these stuff in combine, you're using what we call disciplined Agile. That's pretty basic. Scrum of Scrum. Scrum of Scrum. What is Scrum of Scrum? Scrum of Scrum is when, I hope you guys did Scrum in Sunday class, Abi. You guys touched on Agile and technologies, Abi. Did you?
Okay.
You guys should have touched on Agile, yes.
Yes, with Esther.
Cool. Now, Scrum of Scrum. So let's say that we are running a program, that's a company of projects, Abi. So we're going to have Pembury leading one of the Scrum. He leads one of the Scrum teams. Are you there? Pembury leads one, yeah. Michael leads another one, Chinwe leads another, and Praise leads another. All of them are leading different teams with their own Scrum technology. They are practicing Scrum in their own different projects. Now, Kira could be given the job of coordinating every other person. What Kira is doing is called the Scrum of Scrum. Does that make sense, guys?
Okay.
So she's like given the job of, okay, let's coordinate every other person's work so she too should be doing a Scrum, but her Scrum is on other Scrums. So it's a Scrum of Scrum. The last one there is what? Now, why do you do Scrum of Scrums, Agile discipline? It's because there could be dynamic changes in Michael's team. Immediately it happens, he needs to alert Kira, there is a dynamic, something just came up. I need to let you know. Why? Because his work can affect Praise's own. So with that bird eye view that Kira has, Kira will quickly inform Praise. Michael just had an issue. You need to be aware about this so that you can plan your own properly. This could affect you. That bird eye view helps the coordination so that in a holistic way, we deliver best value. That's Scrum of Scrum.
So that means, is it, Kira will not be like the monitor?
Call her a monitor, call her a Scrum Master, you're still correct. But she is not like you are now focused on your own project. You're really focused on your project. But she has a bird eye view of everybody and how everything fits in. So she's keeping an eye so that nothing goes bad. So I hope that makes sense to you. Okay. Now, what is the scaled Agile framework? Yves, are you still in class? We are not even hearing from you again. Is he still in class with us? I mean, he's left us. Okay. Scaled Agile framework. on knowledge base of integrated patterns for enterprise scale lean agile development. Knowledge base for an integrated pattern of an enterprise scale. This is when you are actually, how do I put it? Using agile in an institutional basis, not just on a project basis, on an institution basis. That's what you call like a scaled agile framework. Now, I saw a post yesterday. The guy said, if you want to be agile, go lean. And if you want to be lean, go agile. Now, that's exactly why you're seeing the word SAFe. That's SAFe there. Lean agile development. You can't be agile without going lean. Why? You are planning based on the job at hand. There's no excesses to your plan. You don't hold excess money. You only hold money for what you are facing. So you are always lean. You're not thinking too much. You're just thinking about what you're doing. All right. Let's keep going. Procurement planning. Let's plan procurement. Now, in planning procurement, there are a few things you need to just remember. One, you plan procurement, you conduct procurement, you plan how you want to procure, you go ahead and conduct procurement, you administer procurement, and you close procurement. We're going to see these happen. These are the processes in procurement management. Let's drive it. What are the considerations when I'm planning procurement? The first one is a make or buy decision. What is a make or buy decision? It's me asking myself, not me now, but at a team level or at a project level. You guys are having the conversation with yourself. Should we buy or should we battery power? Okay, did somebody send a message? And if yes, okay, did somebody send a message? I saw a message.
No.
Okay.
Maybe it's the earlier one you asked us to.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I moved at this time.
Sorry, it was me. Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. Now, so you're asking, your team is asking, this thing we want to procure. Let's say, for instance, we're building again. Let's stick with the building for today. We're building again, and then you're asking, we're going to have to procure, let's say, the cement for it. The question is, the cement, can we as a company or as a project, can we produce our own cement or should we buy? If we have the technology to produce it, why not? We might also not have technology, but rather the cost of buying is cheaper. So what do? We buy instead of make. So there are considerations you factor in before you do what? You decide if you're going to what? Procure. Do I have the technology? Can I do it at a cheaper cost? If not, I buy. If yes, I make. Now, once you have decided that you want to buy, the next thing you're going to have to establish with yourself is the fact that, yes, I'm going to buy. So, but I need to establish a clear statement of work. The statement of work now is called what? It's called what? A procurement statement of work. Are we there? A procurement statement of work. What is the procurement statement of work? A procurement statement of work is simply, it's nothing else other than what exactly we want you to do for us. So you're giving us 20 or 200 bags of cement. Particularly, we need Eagle cement. We need white cement, not the gray one. So you are detailing exactly what you want. That's what you call the procurement statement of work. It's very clear what you want. And also you define the question you guys asked me earlier. What type of contract will I use in this procurement? Are you getting me? The type of contract. Then the next thing you go into is what you call the contract control. Then we talk about the bidders conference. What is bidders conference? The bidders conference, first and foremost, is when you look at a situation and say you have defined a procurement statement of work, and you've invited every person who are prospective bidders and said to them, you guys should come and listen to me about what I want. So I'm going to come, I'm going to carry my procurement statement of work, and I'm going to come into that meeting and brief you in details about what I want. That is what you do during a bidders conference. You are making everybody up to speed with what you want. Now, in every contract, there are also what you call the legal issues around contracts. So you're giving someone a contract. You also might want to bind them around issues like warranties. So whatever you're going to do for me, make sure that you give me what? A warranty. Is it a 6 month? Is it a 10 month? Is it a 20-month warranty? And all of that. The legal issues. Then you define a procurement plan. The last one is what you call the source criteria selection. How do you want to select the kind of people who are allowed to bid for this job? That's a source criteria selection. And the last one there is what you call qualified vendors. Once they've all bidded, you're going to look at it against the source selection criteria. Does all my people that have bidded, do they meet this requirement? The one that meets that requirement are called what? Qualified vendors. All right. I hope that's pretty clear. The journey up to that point is clear. Let's drive. Procurement should be pretty clear for many folks in class here. Now, a procurement delivery method. The first thing is you're going to have to plan the procurement. We've talked about that already. Design it how you want it to be. Then you're going to decide, is it going to be implemented in bits, in bits or in installations? Sorry, in bits or installations or as a whole. So are you supplying us in phases or you are supplying us in wholesale? Once the supply has been done, the next question you are asking is, will there be a training so that you can bring people up to speed with what you have done? If there will be a training, when will it happen? Then the handover process. Then the last thing is, will I need you to provide some form of support and maintenance after this whole period? That's what you call the delivery method. All of these has to be factored into your procurement statement of work. All of what I've mentioned now has to be factored in. Okay, I hope that makes sense to everyone. Okay, let's journey. Now, the next thing we're going to touch on is the contract type. If you were in the class earlier, we don't need to spend time here again. There are different types of contracts. The fixed contract, the cost reimbursable contract, and then the time and management contract. Whichever one you go, depend on
the network.
The network, sir.
Let's do that again. Hello.
Hello, network.
My network. Can you not hear me?
Yes, your
Can you hear
network
me?
is.
Hello.
Hello, I can
Yeah,
hear you.
we
now.
hear you.
I can hear all of you. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you, but it's not really good.
It's fluctuating.
Hello.
Your network
It's
is fluctuating.
Okay. 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 Is it better now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. Now, the next thing that we're going to touch on, I think we've done this already, the fixed contract stuff, the cost reimbursable, and the time and material contract. Are we fine with this up to this point? Do you want me to go over anything here? Speak up so that I know what to do for you. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Are you guys hearing me at all?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you want me to recap the things we discussed here, or should we move on from here?
I'm okay. I don't know others.
Okay, I'll take that everybody's fine. Okay, first and foremost, let's just run through the fixed contract, the time reimbursable, and the time and material one last time. Fixed contract is fixed contract. You understand? I give you a fixed contract to go and get a job done. Cost reimbursable means I will pay you whatever you spend. Time and material, I'm paying you for the material you buy and the time you invest. That's exactly what all of those two are. It's simple, it's as simple as that. Now, one of them, the fixed contract, is suited. You'll use that one more when you know the details of that project. Like if you are building a house, you can cost the house. Abi, those in construction, they know that you can cost the house. It's easy to cost the house. You understand? But when you have a fault with your car, sometimes you cannot necessarily cost it. So the best way to go is to go with cost reimbursable or time and material, because you're like, whatever you spend, I will pay you. I hope that makes sense for every one of us. Then the time and material also is suitable when you cannot really also describe the scope of work. I hope that makes sense, everybody.
Sir, I just want, for me, sir, I just have a little, is there any clear demarcation between this time and material and fixed price? Because in a fixed price contract as well, you are paying for material and time as well.
No, in cost reimbursable, think about it this way. If I
no, I'm talking about fixed price and the time and material.
In fixed price, there is no, a fixed price is not like something like time and material. A fixed price is I have costed everything. What, okay, like Elasan, fixed price is example of when you want to go and get a contract to build for someone, construction now.
Yes.
Much of what you do in construction is fixed price.
Yes, sir.
Why do I know it's fixed price? You've cost, most times you go there with, you've done a lot of costing. And then you go there and when you finish, you just tell them and they pay you off. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, in cost reimbursable, I can come and tell you that I spent 12 million. You have to accept. But it's not everybody you do cost reimbursable with. Like when you send someone to buy shop for you on abroad, most times what you do is cost reimbursable.
Or when you travel.
Receipts. Person might bring you receipts of the payment of the things he has done, and then you pay. Do you get what I'm saying now? He brings you receipts, the cost, and you pay. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what you need to take back is, while these things can be capped, look at these ones. In Agile, it's a bit different. So like I said to you, ask me, how does it work in Agile? I said they cap the time and material contract. You can cap it and say, come on, even if you are working for me for 5 years, I would only pay you 2 million, that's all. I've capped it. Does that make sense? Yeah. I cap the cost. I can also go with what we call the target cost contract. Target cost contract. which means that, guys, whatever you're doing for me, my target expense on this project will not be more than 2 million. So whatever you are doing is up to you, but I'm not going to exceed anything above 2 million.
It doesn't matter the length of time.
I don't care what you are investing. Just remember that I won't exceed that amount. It's capped. That's my target. I can't spend more than that. I've already kept that money. I don't want to shift grounds.
Which is the same as the fixed cost contract.
More or less like a fixed cost, but more or less like fixed cost, really. More or less, yes. Then the last one is what you call the incremental delivery contract. Incremental delivery is when you have, as we're working, you are paying. As we're working, you're paying. As you're working, you're paying. You know those kind of ones. You work a little, they estimate, they pay. You work a little, they estimate, they pay. Incremental delivery contracts. Please spend time and look at these, your notes. You enjoy, these are very easy things, just you enjoy them. Okay. Types of contract changes. So changes happens in contracts like we already had touched on earlier. And these changes that happen in contracts could either be administrative changes, they could be contract modifications, they could be supplementary agreements, they could be constructive changes, and they could also be a termination of contract. Does that make sense? First, administrative changes. This is very simple, very basic. These are changes that they don't really affect the project in any way. Basically, what these changes are really big on are what? Looking at how you administer. Maybe if they were administering it by like a top-down kind of situation before, now they are going to be doing it as a, maybe you are more relaxed and more friendly now. So everybody can talk in the meetings, not like a top-down thing again. So more or less administrative changes. Contract modifications are when people ask, we have to change some of the tenets of the contract, perhaps the scope contract, perhaps the way we engage our staff. Staffs used to work hybrid before. Now they are going to all have to work on site, no more remote work again. Supplementary agreement is when someone tells you, we need you, aside the 5-bedroom apartment, we also would like you to what? Add a swimming pool to it for us. Constructive changes. Constructive changes is when someone comes and says, changes that the buyer may have caused through action or inaction. So these are constructive. It's like, I'm telling you that I need you to add this thing to it, to change this thing to it for some reasons. It could also be the fact that I'm telling you that I want to reduce the cost, the budget I'm putting on that thing. So because of that, you have to make a constructive change to the agreement, to the contract, so that it can fit my budget. And then the termination of what? Contract. So this is outright termination, and it could be based on what? Poor quality. It will be based on what the incumbent, the vendor just wants to go ahead and do that. It doesn't have funds again. And what have you? There could be many reasons why you terminate a contract. Okay. Legal issues when you are managing contracts. There are 4 main ones that we're going to talk about today: warranties, waivers, breach of contract, cease and desist letter. These are legal issues. Please, guys, another area that you might look at when you're dealing with your questions in your exam is the fact that legal issues could actually be legal issues. Know the 4 of them, and if you see anyone, they could say which of these is not a legal issue when you are managing projects. So at least you know them and you can know the one not to choose. They could also give you a question and say something like, the giving up of a contract right, even inadvertently, is called what? Is it a warranty? Is it a waiver? Is it a breach of contract? Or is it a cease and desist letter? All right, let's look at them one after the other. So warranty, it's actually a promise of fitness. When you promise and say, this will never spoil, or if it spoils within the next 3 days, I will cover for it. What you have actually offered there is a warranty. What you've offered there is a warranty. Now, what is a waiver? A waiver is when you give up a contract right. Now, when you say, I will give you 25% waiver on my fees, it's your right, but you are giving up that right. If you don't like the quality of my work, you can take 25% waiver on my fees. I'm giving up my right to what? Be able to what? Please you. That's a waiver. Now, a breach of contract is when you fail to meet some or all of the obligations of a contract. So they asked you that this contract will require you to be coming to work every day by 8 and leaving there by 5. And then you failed on every Monday for some reasons best known to you, you come by 9. You are breaching a contract. You are breaching a contract. Now, a cease and desist letter. A letter sent to an individual or a business to cease allegedly illegal activities and to undertake them again, and not to undertake them again. So sometimes you see that in houses or in structures, you see them mark the houses for demolition or for to cease building until they get to regulatory bodies. That's it. Stop work, that kind of thing. Okay, so let's keep going. Okay, so components of a contract. The price, termination, guarantees and warranties, responsibilities of all parties, delivery date, schedule, the scope, the deliverable. That's pretty basic things you already understand. So I'm not going to spend any time on it. A change control system. Here, I'll spend some time here to build it alongside with every one of you. What is a change control system? Now, a change control system in projects, it's a bit different, but the same thing, but a bit different from the way a change control system works when you are in procurement. In a project, whenever you want to make a change, you will send it to the change control board, who will look at your project and say, should we make these changes or should we not?
In a class.
Okay.
Or should we not make these changes? Likewise, when you are the one offering services, when you are the one offering services, you need to also remember that there is a contract change control board. If you need to make a change to a contract, it must pass through a board. And the board may compose of those in your own organizations, which are the one that owns the project, and also those in the organization of the company offering their services. I hope that makes sense to every one of you. I hope that makes sense. 8, let us plan and manage project governance. Okay. What you need to take away today is project governance when you're managing project governance, there are two things you can apply project governance to. The very first of them is what you call the phase gates. Phase gates. The second of them is what you call the life circles. Phase gate, life circles. Phase gate, life circles. What is a phase gate? Remember, when we're drilling into phases, we say when you finish the substructure, that's a what? A phase. Abi? Now, at that point, you can actually bring in the project governance to come and audit. More or less, they are, to be fair, they're like auditors. They come and audit to check, what have we done right? What have we done wrong? What could we do better? How do we forestall this project going bad, either by schedule-wise or by whatever reason? Praise, there's a lot of noise on your end. Okay. Another way we manage project governance is when we apply them to what? Life circles. Life circles. What are life circles? The initiation. After initiation, what do? We plan, we audit, we audit the work we've done in initiation. We move toward planning. After planning, we audit the work that we've done. After that, we move toward execution. We audit the work that we've done, and then exactly that. That's what you call project governance. So you can apply it to what? Phase gates and to life circles. Now, when you see in an exam, where can you apply project governance to? Yes, you should know there are these two multi-choice questions. That's exactly where you're going to: phase gates and life circles. I hope that makes sense to everyone. Okay, what do you do? As a matter of fact, what do you do at this point? What are you looking out for? So, what are the project governance people looking out for? That's exactly what they're looking out for. The project success. They are matching the outcomes to the deliverable criteria that have been identified from the beginning. They are escalating, they are identifying if there were issues, and they are going to escalate them. And they're also looking out for the relationships between the project team and all that, and ensuring that all of this ties in very well and will not cause us any issues in the course of the project. Okay. Okay. Are we together, guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So we continue.
Yes.
Project phase. Now, what is a project phase? A project phase is a collection of logically related project activities that culminates in the completion of one or more deliverables. Now, think about it this way: a project phase. Think about a project phase as when we finished the substructure. That's a phase. Think about project phase as when we finish the superstructure. That's a phase. Think about a project phase like when we put the roof. That's a phase. The good thing about a project phase is that it's also called a governance phase. Don't forget, why is it called a governance phase? Because if you remember, look at this. If you remember, we can actually what? Apply phase gate. We can apply project governance where? At the phase gate and where? Life cycle.
Life cycle.
So, yeah, So it's also called a governance gate. It's also called what? A toll gate. And it's also called a kill point. A governance gate, a toll gate, and a kill point. Why is it called a kill point, a governance gate, and a toll gate? The reason why it's called these, all of these, is that at this point, when we are, what are we going to be doing there? Governing the project, auditing the project. We would know, is it worth continuing, or should we kill this project? That's why it's called a kill point and a toll gate. Now, what you need to also remember is that there are what? Sequential relationships, and there are what? Overlapping relationships. Now, in the building of a house, the face, the substructure face, is actually going to be sequential to what? The superstructure, the lintel face. However, like we agreed earlier, the landscaping will be overlapping with the what? Furnishing. I hope that makes sense to everyone. I know you guys you're tired, so. Okay, we've come to the last part of it, and I think I have to leave the last part of it for Esther too. Esther will
Thank you.
All right.
Time tomorrow.
Oh, 12.
Okay.
This church issue, but let's try and join by 12, please, so that we can finish on time. If we finish the slides on time, we can also still take some more questions also.
Okay.
All right, then. Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you,
everyone.
Mr. Thank you.
Thank
Everybody has been so
Ella-san.
attentive.
very
Chinwe,
much.
thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Abubakar, Mr.
Bye-bye.
Koblan, Mr.
Abubakar,
Kofi.
bye.
Thank you,
Koka, bye.
everyone.
Yeah, Mr. Wosi. Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Then